Right, good morning everybody. It's 10 o'clock and the hearings are resumed. This is day 3 and a continuation of matter 4, which is climate, the environment, green infrastructure, social and community infrastructure. The usual reminders, please, all mobiles switched off and turned to silent. And I've not been made aware of any fire evacuation procedures, so if you hear one, it is a real one. As the format we followed earlier on in the week is that the introduce themselves and who is appearing on behalf of the council and who will be leading based on the agenda that was issued prior to today's session. We have a number of parties that haven't turned up, so in terms of interested parties, I don't know whether they may or may not drip in as the session continues. And then I will ask interested parties to introduce themselves and who they are representing. Could you please try not to move the microphone? There have been additional ones put out, so it's just simply the right button to activate it and it will turn red. But if you need to move it, just move the actual microphone, not the unit itself. That would be really helpful. And if you would like to be brought into the discussion, if you can just raise your nameplate, and if you could put your nameplate up so I can see your name, then I will bring you into the discussion at an appropriate time, and then if you put it down after you've spoken. So I hope that's all clear. So over to the council to introduce themselves, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So the participants for today will be myself, Zaira Kabir-Sheikh, King's Counsel for Harrow Council. And with me will be David Hughes, Head of Planning, here to my left, well, one to my left, Mr. Viv Evans, who is Chief Planning Officer, and James Gleave, who is a Principal Planning Officer. So all three will take part, and I'll be chipping in, but mainly led by James Gleave and David Hughes.
Okay, thank you.
Jonathan Schwartz-Briskin on behalf of Old Lyonians and Michael Schwartz on behalf of Old Lyonians.
Thank you.
And my name's Greg Down from BDP Consulting, representing the Harrow Football Centre.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Just check with the council, are there any housekeeping matters that we need to address before we start the session?
There aren't. The only thing I was going to raise, and if at the end of the day is better, is in terms of some of the drafting that we've been talking about, when would it be convenient for you to receive that? Is it at the end of next week?
Drafting of? Of
the policies and the spatial strategy reordering and those...
Oh, yeah, no, no rush on that.
Okay.
So we won't even talk about that until the end of the hearings.
Fine.
So that's just a running note. That's that fine. You know what the actions are. But we'll discuss how that all comes in. Yes. Just looking ahead towards this afternoon, and I know that we've got penciled in potentially a week on Monday for a continuation of that session, dependent upon attendance this afternoon. My gut feel is we probably won't get through everything, so we would need that session. So just to let you know that, but we might, just to allow travel time, we might do a 2 o'clock start rather than the 12, because it's down for 12.
Yes, it's down for 12 because I, not usually sitting on a Monday, have a prior appointment in London. So I need to get there. So I'd have to leave here by 3:30.
Oh, afterwards?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, well...
I think that's why it was put in earlier.
Was it? Okay, all right. Well, thanks for letting me know that. Well, we'll work around that then, if that's the case. So 3:30 would be the time?
I think that would be the latest that I could leave.
Okay. Well, let's see how we get on this afternoon. As I say, it may... I just think it probably might be an hour or so on that day still needed. So in the context of the continuation of matter 4, just to re-emphasise again, really want the council to have in their minds what the framework says in terms of policies and policy wording. That will really assist in terms of the sessions, and also, again, if there are any proposed modifications that the council are putting forward when the policy is introduced, if you could highlight that as well, that so you're proactive in the response in terms of any changes that you're already putting forward. So we will follow the agenda as issued. So it's social and community infrastructure, which is my sections 5.3 to 5.13. And having said that, I think it's probably better actually to start with the strategic policy on this. So to start with strategic policy 6, and then move on to CI1. Can you just talk me through what's the rationale between having the strategic policy introducing the issue, if you like, to the plan, and then the subsequent non-strategic policies that you have? I appreciate that you've followed a certain pattern of doing that on every issue. But what's the reason for that? Because when you then read the policies and digest them, there just appears to be a lot of crossover. So I'm trying to just understand.
I think the sort of idea behind that is that, you know, you start off with a really kind of broad spatial vision at the front of the, I mean, this is just a general comment about the production of the plan. Start off with a broad spatial vision as to kind of what we're kind of looking to achieve across the borough over the period of the plan.
Yeah.
Then that gets translated into sort of a series of strategic objectives.
Yeah.
And you kind of gradually drill down into the detail sort of thing. So the idea is that there's kind of, I think what we're trying to show is that there's kind of a golden thread. Yeah. That runs from the kind of spatial vision down to the policy. So that's the kind of like the rationale for the pattern that we followed.
And I can see that that's logical in terms of the broader issues like housing, employment, retail. But this is a social and community infrastructure. Well, we'll come down to the sort of detail of the policy, but it's quite a detailed issue in itself, isn't it? So I really do need to understand why you need the strategic policy and then the subsequent policies.
I suppose what we don't want is a inconsistent structure.
Yeah.
So that's what we've tried to do, to kind of to have that consistency and make it kind of try and be legible. I appreciate your comments that you've made on some of the strategic policies, but we feel that there's a need for a kind of a legible structure to the plan. So that's
is that how you've done it in the adopted plan? Is that quite in the 2014? Is it
2012?
2012.
Yeah. That was more old school sort of core strategy, and then completely separate DM sort of policies. Okay. So the core strategy does sort of have strategic policies, more of a catch-all CS1, I think it is.
Yeah.
That sort of the sets.
Okay.
Yeah, breaks it down into various different headings, and that then cascades down into the DM policies on the local plan.
Okay. So just in terms of SP06 then, this policy is doing what?
So this policy is setting a broad framework really for the objectives in relation to social and community infrastructure and the policies that follow that. And I think you've got a specific point on the must. just on that, I think we've got some modifications.
Oh, to delete part E.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so on that, we've actually taken out the must.
So this isn't reflected in ED9, is that right? It says on there, no proposed main modification.
It's actually on page 13 of ED9.
So on strategic policy 6.
Yes.
Yeah, mine says no proposed main modification. But then your MIQ response says modifications have been proposed to delete part E.
Yeah, apologies, ma'am. I think that actually relates to part E of CI1. Sorry. Page 2.
CI1.
No, not.
Sorry, maybe in terms of the reference to deleting policy or part E of that policy in our written statement, that's captured as a main modification on page 2 of the examination document number 9.
Page 3, I think.
Sorry, page 2 and 3.
So on this document, why have you got them listed twice, policies, on the main modification schedule? So SP6 is dealt with at page 2 and page 13.
Yes, SP.
Yeah, we give some time.
So that's what that's the modification. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so the modification, sorry ma'am, the modifications are actually on page 2 and 3 to SP6, and that's what we're putting forward.
Yes,
I
but
understand.
in terms of this document, why have you got policies referred to twice throughout it?
I can hazard a guess, and it's because if you remember, originally the council had put forward all of these as minor mods, and then you asked for them to be separated out.
Yes.
And it looks to me as if that particular mod has become a main mod and it's not been deleted from the bottom, which that page 13 is under the heading minor mods, which you can see on page 8.
Right. I think we probably need to have another chat then about what you consider is an additional modification and what's a main modification. Because anything that's changing the substance, other than a sort of typographical area or a cross-reference, is a main modification, particularly when it's changing policy wording.
So this has become a main mod. That's what the council is proposing. Yeah, and it's just should have been deleted from that second entry.
That second schedule, yeah.
And Mum, you can see that that document you have has got on page 8 a fresh heading, proposed additional mods, and it's just duplicated because it's not been deleted.
Right, okay. So amend SP6 as follows. Resist. So you're deleting E, is that right?
That's correct.
And I raised some specific concerns about the wording at A. Must. About the development proposals should.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand that you've got some concerns about the use of must generally, ma'am.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, in your view is not sort of positively prepared.
So you
I mean, I think our view would be that broadly reflects what's in the framework in terms of providing sufficient community infrastructure to support development, but happy to look at the wording on the use of must if that's something you feel is, you know, doesn't reflect a policy that's positively prepared.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, can do that.
So development should contribute to the protection, enhancement and additional provision. And green and blue infrastructure in this context is what?
In essence, blue infrastructure is anything water related. Green infrastructure will be, I think there's a definition of green infrastructure in the glossary of the plan.
There is for green. Oh, okay. You've included a network of multifunctional green and blue spaces. So if you're defining green, do you need the reference to your definition of green infrastructure includes green and blue? So do you just need green? Otherwise, you probably need a separate definition for the blue.
We can update the definition to include blue infrastructure.
The definition includes blue.
Right.
So your definition of green on page 391 says a network of multifunctional green and blue spaces.
Yeah. So
you don't need, if you leave the policy as is, you need a separate definition. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay. So right, and then it was part B. Requiring proposals for new development to demonstrate adequate infrastructure capacity exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to talk me through the justification for that, or how that would be applied?
Yeah, so, I mean, in essence, that's looking for proposals to demonstrate that sufficient infrastructure will come forward to support development proposals. And then that links into policy CI1.
So say we have a large housing scheme coming forward.
Yeah.
On one of your opportunity sites. That scheme would need to demonstrate that adequate infrastructure capacity exists or will be provided. And is it clear, when you say infrastructure capacity, is it clear, are you defining that in relation to, what do you mean? Do you mean all aspects of social and community infrastructure?
That's correct, yeah.
Do you think that's justified?
I do, yes. Yeah.
In what way?
Because we would want sufficient infrastructure to come forward to support that development.
Yeah. But we're not talking about general infrastructure here, are we? We're talking about social and community infrastructure. So if you look at your definition,
Yeah.
you're suggesting that all of those factors, which you say is not a closed list, would need to be taken into account.
Mm.
But just have a look at the list on page 396. I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Down. Well, straight away, somebody's going to fail on that, aren't they? Because we know that there isn't adequate burial space in the borough.
Right.
Do you see what I mean? So I think that
Well, it will depend on the development, though, won't it? I suppose. So if burial space, it will be the factors that are tied to the development.
well, that's not what the policy says.
Well, it does. It says requiring all proposals for new development to demonstrate adequate infrastructure exists or will be perfected on or off site to serve the development.
Yeah.
So it will be those factors that are required to serve. I mean, that's really what we're trying to communicate here. It's essentially, it's those factors that will serve the development. Those aspects of social and community infrastructure that are necessary to serve the development.
Do you want to rephrase it then on something along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly look to rephrase it. And just so I'm clear, is it that aspect that's not clear to you, ma'am? That is it not coming across that it's the factors that are necessary to serve the development?
I think it's twofold. This policy is setting the strategic context, as I understand it, for social and community infrastructure provision.
Yeah.
But the focus of the policy is in terms of well, it's threefold, isn't it? It's new schemes coming forward, and it's the loss of existing facilities.
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to achieve by B, but I don't think it does. I think it's far too broad at the moment in terms of how that would be assessed and how a decision maker should react to that.
Yeah, well, we can certainly look to clarify that point for you, in the policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have another look at B. Mr. Dowden?
Yeah, my point was, are the matters covered in B really covered by SIL? Because if you have a situation where new development's coming forward, it will always be in advance of the infrastructure provision. Infrastructure doesn't come first, then housing follows. It's the other way round. And you capture that through SIL. If you want to be super specific, you'd have SIL charging zones to pick up differential provision.
You need to use your microphone. Do apologise.
Then you would have differential charging zones to pick up differences across the borough. And that's the way you achieve what the council's after, is through SIL, not through a strategic policy.
Yeah. I'll leave that with you. You can either respond now or you can reflect on what you've heard and come up with some alternative wording.
Yeah, ma'am, I think we'll reflect on what we've heard
Yeah.
and also your general comments about the nature of the policy as a strategic policy as well. So there's certainly some changes we can look at to reflect
Okay,
the
well, when we
discussion.
come on to the detailed ones, I think it might become clearer in terms of... check that you've given a definition to community facilities. So then the policy then goes on to talk about community facilities at D, but you don't define community facilities. So if this is a strategic policy, is that, well, we'll come on to it, but is that adequately covered by CI1 large C, or should that policy, should part D say resisting the loss of social and community in facilities infrastructure? I think in terms of consistency of approach, it's better that you use it.
I think so, yeah. I think that's fine, yeah.
So look at the wording of Part D.
Absolutely, yeah.
In fact, based on what Mr. Dowden said, sorry, Mr. Dowden, I will come back to you, you might want to actually look at amalgamating B and F. That might work. Yeah, yes, Mr. Dowden.
It was just a question in the supporting text, if we got to that point.
Not quite.
Okay, sorry,
but,
I'll come back.
Yeah. That might work. Amalgamating B and F, I think might be a way forward. So that sets the context for that policy.
Okay.
That the map on page 210, which sets out community uses, as this is social and community infrastructure, whether that's actually reflective of what the policy is doing or not. I would question that.
Yeah.
And the supporting text, Mr. Dowden, which part was it?
It's the bottom of paragraph 6.1.1 is just a clarification. Sport and recreation are to go to CI3. So
6.1.1, yeah.
So I was slightly, so it would make sense to me if there's a clear left and right sort of division between all sport provision policies are in one place. Can I take it from that sport and recreation is dealt with elsewhere, not as part of community and social infrastructure?
Right, well 6.1.1 as I'm reading it is the supporting text for CI1, so we're not quite onto that one yet.
Sorry, I've jumped the gun. Apologies.
Yeah, so we'll look at the supporting text and we'll have a look at the policy first and then look at the supporting text. So back to CI1 then. Which is 5.3, page 3 of your responses. So we've set the overall context for social and community infrastructure in the borough. You then go on to talk about safeguarding and securing social infrastructure. And again, I would just highlight you need to be consistent in terms of the headings. So is this, so, well actually social is, have you just defined social infrastructure? in the plan, or have you given us, I don't think you've given a separate definition to social and community infrastructure, have you?
Well, the headings, it just says social infrastructure in the glossary.
Yeah.
There's nothing on community infrastructure, is there?
No.
So I think we can
yeah,
we can
have a
tidy
look at
that
that
up.
then. So part A and B of the policy deals with new provision. I appreciate on the definition that you do say this list isn't exhaustive, but I just wonder whether there would be any merit of having that definition consistent with the London plan, which is quite, it's not at the moment consistent with it in terms of their definition.
Consistency with the London plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
happy
and
with
then
that.
and then there's a point that I'd raised about, and this is a general point that's going to come through in a lot of policies, repetition of what's set out in London plan policies. So the London plan on need says local or strategic need, and you say where it responds to a demonstrable need. And would just question whether you need to have need defined, because the London plan is doing that anyway.
Right.
Is it worth taking a look at the relevant London plan policy just to... Which is page
London
215.
Is that what you're looking at for the London? Is that what you're looking at for the London plan, Matt?
Page 215,
Of
yes.
the London plan.
Yeah.
Right. Crikey.
So it's part C.
Right. Part C says development proposals that provide a high quality, inclusive social social infrastructure that addresses a local strategic need and supports service delivery. Is that the part you're looking at?
Yeah, it should be supported.
Yeah.
The question I'd raised is requiring, is it necessary to duplicate that requirement for need to be demonstrated, because the London plan is already doing that.
I suppose, I mean, I suppose what we're trying to get at here is demonstrable need in the sense of our evidence.
Your evidence.
Yeah. Needs are identified in our evidence. So in that sense, it's a kind of a locally specific issue. And I think what they're talking about there is a strategic need. I think the needs are probably, because these policies are London-wide in the London plan, and the kind of strategic London-wide needs are going to be different to our local needs. So I don't think they're quite saying the same thing.
Right. So you're saying, for argument's sake, I'm going to, somebody wants
Could
to...
be anything.
Sorry?
Could be any need, couldn't it?
Yeah,
You know?
a new karate club or something.
I
You're
like
going
that.
to say
Karate club, yeah.
the council haven't said that there's a need for that, therefore there is no need. That's what you're saying?
No, what we're saying is that they need to, we want proposals to respond to what we're saying the needs are, basically, and refer to that and reflect that. And I don't feel that that's too much of an out there approach from a sort of a policy. That's really what we're trying to get at. We want proposals to look at what our local needs are and respond to those. That's really what we're trying to say. Yeah. It's not really a London plan, and I think the London plan is basically saying the same thing in relation to London.
Yeah, so let's park the London. I accept what you say in terms of the London plan. Let's park that, but it can't be that this policy is dictating what the needs are. If somebody's coming forward with a development proposal for a new facility that would form part of social infrastructure, surely the onus is on the applicant to also demonstrate need, or you mean both, surely? But why would you be wanting to prevent new facilities? Which I don't think is what you want to do. And that's certainly not what the framework envisages.
Okay, I
Mr.
think
Dance,
first and foremost, though, we would want them to refer back to what our defined needs are.
Mm-hmm.
That's the starting point. Now, if it kind of goes beyond that, then I suppose it would be more, if it's something that doesn't respond to a demonstrable need, I'm struggling even to say it, then I suppose it's probably going to be more of an exception. Because if there isn't a need for the facility, the concern is that it will be surplus. If nobody's going to use it, and I think that's the concern there. Is that fair? Yeah, I mean the needs are identified in a number of locations. I mean, we've got the IDP which identifies some needs. We've got the sports and recreation strategy.
I think one that arguably is consistent with what the local London plan says, which secure sites for a range of sports and recreational facilities.
We're not looking at sport though, are we? Sorry.
Yeah, I suppose that's right. As justified by the needs assessment.
Mm.
So it does seem to generally talk about justifying it.
Mr. Dowden.
I think your example is exactly what will happen. If provision comes from the private sector that doesn't tally with the LPA's assessment of what's needed, then the answer is no, it has to be. That's the way the system will be set up. And I can give you an absolute example here of paddle, if that's not trespassing on sporting provision. It's the fastest growing sport in the UK. went. And yet when you look at the sporting assessment unit, there's a suggestion that perhaps over a 1 to 2 year period, the council will look at providing one paddle court in the whole of Harrow. Well, 400,000 people play paddle last year. I think that's, so my point being that if positive proposals come from the private sector for facilities, they should be welcomed with open arms, not made to do a needs assessment, come back and join the back of the queue. And equally, when people are putting their own money and investment into a project, into the borough, that should be welcomed, I would suggest.
Yeah, as I'm understanding it, Mr Gleaves is saying there would be no needs assessment because it would be dictated by what the council say there is need for.
The point being that it is not always up to date.
Yeah.
Put it politely.
If I can just come back, I mean, it does say, the policy says demonstrable need. So that could be a need that's reflected in evidence, or it could be a demonstrable need that's provided by the applicant. So it does allow for scope, it does provide sufficient flexibility for applicants to provide a demonstrable need too. So it's a kind of a two-way process in that respect.
Okay, well, I'll have a reflect on that. So that's parts A to B, and then C is existing social infrastructure. So this is should a proposal come forward in relation to an existing facility, and you've gone for a marketing evidence approach.
I should say, ma'am, that we've got some modifications on that.
Right. What page are they?
On page 3.
3.
Yeah.
There's no need.
I think, yeah.
So, oh yes, so you've changed B, which I was,
Concerned about.
yes.
Yeah. So hopefully
And then D becomes redundant. Okay.
That's it, yeah. These are still.
Okay, I think that's all on CI1 then. So CI2. Don't think I've raised any comments on CI2, did I? No, okay. So that's play space. So then it's on to sport and recreation, CI3. Any changes that you need to alert me to on CI3?
There was one change, ma'am. It's just on page 14.
Page 14.
Yeah, of ED9.
Oh, the cross-reference at EA.
That's it, and that's in response to a comment from Sport England, representations from Sport England. So essentially, that anything sport and recreation related
Yeah.
is now dealt with in CI3,
Yes. Okay.
and we've amended other policies to kind of cross-refer back to CI3.
Right, let's go through then. I'm on 5.7 of my MIQs, page 6 of the council's response. So let's go through the policy wording.
Yeah.
Right, we know that outdoor sports provision is appropriate in the Greenbelt, don't we?
Yes.
Why is there a need to repeat that here?
So we understand what the framework says about appropriateness. This is actually looking at other potential impacts, primarily on openness. I think that's really what it's trying to get at. So it's appropriate. It's an appropriate use, outdoor sports.
Yeah, let's just pull up the framework on this. So 154B,
That's it, yeah.
exceptions to inappropriate development, the provision of appropriate facilities for outdoor sport, outdoor recreation, then we're on to cemeteries.
So the key thing there is as long as facilities preserve the openness of the green belt, and that's really what Part A is referring to. Part A, small a.
It doesn't mention preserving the openness of the Greenbelt.
Where there's no conflict. So we accept that it's an appropriate use, but there would be a conflict if it impacts on openness.
Look at the framework again, it doesn't mention openness. It tells us that 154, proposals affecting the Greenbelt.
So
154, a local planning authority should regard new buildings as inappropriate in the Greenbelt. Exceptions to this are?
for outdoor sport, outdoor recreation, as long as the facilities preserve the openness of the green belt.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I can see that. I'm still confused as to why you need to repeat in a sport and recreation policy a cross-reference to Greenbelt, MOL and open space policies.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, that's really what that's what we're trying to get at. But if you feel that is unnecessary repetition, then
Yeah, but because anybody coming forward with a proposal will have to have regard to the framework and read that paragraph.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to say really is just because we acknowledge it's appropriate, they do need to, they do need to respond to the framework, of course. I think we're just highlighting there that it's likely that these facilities for outdoor sport are more likely to come forward on or potentially going to come forward on greenbelt and open land, and we just wanted to sort of highlight that whilst they're appropriate, they still need to preserve the openness. But take the point. If you feel it's unnecessary repetition.
And when you say cross-reference their open space policies, what are you referring to there? GI2?
Yes.
Right.
Just a general comment on that, on the issue between the NPPF guidance and the local plan,
Yeah.
which is statutory policy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not inappropriate in principle to put into a statutory plan a policy which reflects government guidance, which is in the NPPF. That's just a broad point, really. So I think we're picking up, as James is saying, the NPPF guidance, and we're saying in relation to CI3 that yes, in principle, buildings connected with outdoor sport and recreation are not inappropriate, but that guidance is subject to them respecting the openness of the greenbelt, and I think that's what the policy is trying to capture.
Yeah.
But that's more a general point.
Okay, well, can we maybe look at it again then once we've looked at the greenbelt policy, because I think there's an element of duplication there anyway, in terms of the both of them.
I think the point I was making is likely to fall away probably over the next 12 months when national DM policies.
I'm sure it will, yeah. The three criteria that you've selected here, I can understand C. Is part B not covered by your other policies as well? Because there's a statutory duty, isn't there, in terms of the heritage aspects. So that's covered, and your biodiversity policies are biodiversity assets is like even defined. I mean, somebody has to read this and understand how they can respond to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think what we're doing essentially with those three criteria, we're picking out the things that are particularly relevant to outdoor sport and recreation facilities. They're particularly we feel that those are particularly relevant. The biodiversity point is relevant because these are outdoor sports and recreation facilities that are going to come forward in outdoor, open, or likely to come forward in outdoor open areas. So that's why we flagged that up as a consideration.
So where does one go to understand what you mean by biodiversity assets?
Sorry? Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Those aren't defined.
No. I mean, okay, I'll come back to you on B and A and B.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Dowden.
Thank you. My question is is where's the policy that promotes indoor sporting?
Well, you have
Where's the policy that promotes indoor sporting provision? There isn't one, and it seems to me that the council, there's a bit of confusion here, which we just heard in relation to the Greenbelt. They're lumping three things together here, which is indoor sport, outdoor sport, open space, treating them all the same. And when an application comes forward for indoor sporting facilities, it's met with an open space objection.
Well, we'll come on to open space because we haven't quite got to that yet. But does the council want to respond on that? On Mr. Dowden's point.
Yeah, so just on that point, the policy sport and recreation, parts A and B specifically refer to outdoor, and then parts D and E say all proposals. So those are and then obviously we've got the C, which is floodlighting, which that is covered elsewhere. So we're happy to
That's coming out. Yeah.
So that happy to sort of take that out. But part D and E, yeah.
So well,
that relates to indoor. Those are the ones that relate to indoor.
So somebody coming forward with an indoor sports proposal, you're saying the only criteria on here that they would be assessed against is D, CI 3D.
No, it's part D and large D and large E.
Large E. Well, that's loss of, isn't it?
Yeah, loss of, yeah.
No, talking about a new proposal.
New proposals. Yeah, so it's part D.
So only part D is applicable.
But obviously we've got London Plan policy as well.
Yeah.
So that won't thrill a provider or give them much confidence, because all D does is requires them to produce a community use agreement. That's just a further requirement to have to provide. A proposal for a new sporting facility has not been met with open arms and encouragement. And the council have produced a large document called Indoor and Outdoor Sports Facility Strategy. It's part of the evidence base. We deal with the outdoor sports, and there's clearly demand for indoor sports. Again, I think part of the problem is that the LPA sees itself as being the sole provider of much of this infrastructure that's to come, and doesn't recognise there's a place for it to come forward through other sources and the market in particular. There is no policy that welcomes indoor sports facilities. And that is contrary to the NPPF.
Would you like to respond on that?
I'm just looking at London Plan policy and see what that says about sports facilities and whether that.
The London Plan?
Yeah.
Well, I think that the point is you've got a consultant's report here that tells you what the needs are in your 6.3.2 refers to the aims of that document in terms of meeting needs of, and built sports facilities of current and future populations. So I would suggest that I'm loath to suggest this policy is even longer, but either you amend Part A to say indoor and outdoor, and if this is the only policy that's applicable to sport and recreation, which I think you're saying it is, then it has to cover both.
I think coming back to the previous point where we said we want proposals to respond to demonstrable needs, I think we can sort of look to make sure that that aspect is reflected in CI3 in relation to the study.
Yeah. I mean, the London plan says needs should be assessed, sports and recreation should be assessed at the local and sub-regional level. Needs assessments should include an audit of existing facilities.
Which you've done.
Which has been done, yeah. So this supports meeting an assessed need, that there should be the borough needs to assess local needs.
So you've done that, but the policy doesn't. I'm still not convinced on parts A and B of that policy. I totally accept that C is relevant, large A that is. So when you're redrafting that part, can you take those comments on board? And then we come on to this point about the community use agreements.
Yeah.
So what did you decide on that?
Got a modification on that week.
I thought you did, yeah.
Okay, so we've got a modification to CI1. I think what we're sort of trying to get across here, ma'am, is that, you know, we're supporting community access, and that there are a number of measures. Yeah. Sorry.
No, this is the point about the recent appeal decision and whether, well, it was raised because you can't reference the securing of a legal agreement in relation to community use agreements within supporting text. That was the first point. But the second point was, I think, raised by Mr. Dowden in terms of the recent appeal decision, is that right, at that centre, and whether it's appropriate for that sort of securing community use via a condition rather than a legal obligation.
Yeah, it's probably best for me to pass some comment on that, ma'am.
Yeah. So, do you want to hear from Mr. Dowden first?
Yeah,
you do it
by all
once?
means, yeah.
Thank you. Well, I can take it as read that we all understand that a condition was found to be the appropriate way in which the community use could be achieved, as opposed to a Section 106 agreement. And nothing's changed there. It met all the tests and the MPPF. It was a perfectly sound and valid condition, achieved what it sets out to do. The only other supplementary point I would make is that the House Builders Federation produced some research May this year saying that the average length it takes to execute a Section 106 agreement these days is 515 days. So if we have a scheme that comes forward which manages to get a recommendation for planning permission because it's providing a community facility, a sports facility, unalloyed good news, why delay it for a year and a half sorting out Section 106 agreement and we can get straight in over the condition, which will achieve the same effect?
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, initial comments, obviously, on the citing of an individual appeal is, I don't think the outcome of that appeal has a particular bearing on the local plan that's in front of us at the moment. I've been through the decision notice by the inspector. There are, as you can tell, particular issues around that proposal and the appeal, which are unique to that site and to that case. So paragraph 30 of the appeal decision, the inspector, we were asking for legal agreements to be brought forward at the appeal. And it's partly because the site has a long history of failure to comply with its conditions on previous planning permissions, which the inspector recognised. And both the council has those concerns and residents living around the site. And the inspector says it wasn't unreasonable of the council to seek it via a legal agreement. But one,
So this is a cost decision?
yes, sorry,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
yes. So the council didn't behave unreasonably in asking for these things.
No.
But the inspector felt it could be dealt with by condition and imposed condition, I think it's condition 11, which says a community use agreement is required.
Yeah.
It's just required via a condition rather than a 106 on that particular case.
Yeah.
And the policy doesn't say whether it should be secured by either a condition or a 106. I think the policy in the draft plan is basically just seeking a community use agreement, which the inspector thought was appropriate for that appeal as well. So it's not a barrier to welcoming development into the borough in terms of sport and recreation, but making large facilities like that accessible to the general public is appropriate, and we would like to continue with that. And there are many other sites, large sporting facilities in the borough, which are subject to community use agreements and are making the general public welcome to use them when they're not being used by, just to take a case as an example, Harrow School has huge sporting facilities, and they make those sports facilities available to the public.
So this is covered in Part D, as you would say, is it? Yes. Okay. Mr. Dowden.
Thank you. So if bodies such as Harrow School choose to make their facilities available, that should be welcomed and applauded. It's something that should be put in the planning balance and given substantial weight. Having a community use agreement gives it a lowest common denominator. You are beaten until you provide it. It's demanded as of right. It no longer has the same value. Going back to the situation of the planning appeal, there was nothing unique about that appeal so far as the community use agreement was concerned. As you say, applicable across the borough, site by site by site. And in that case, I'll just reiterate, the inspector said that that same purpose could be achieved better by a condition, and that was also the advice of Sport England as well, incidentally. And I think also the council just put their finger on the nub of this, actually. They just referred to the general public and not community. And this is the issue here, because if you're asked to provide a community use agreement, who is that community? How would you go and find that community? As soon as one member of the public turns up with a football on an open space, that is sports provision happening in practice. So who does the council think uses these facilities if it isn't the general public? Why do we need to try and slice and dice it down into communities?
So, Mr. Down, what change are you seeking to the policy then?
I don't think it needs to be in there. Well, certainly it shouldn't be referred to as an agreement, because that does telegraph to anyone that it's a Section 106 obligation. If it's reference should be made to securing it by condition, and not in every case. I think if applicants wish to provide access to the wider access to their facilities, then the council will seek to encourage that for use of a condition.
Mr. Glee?
I suppose all I was going to say
Still
now
by
is that...
condition.
I'll let you speak first.
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to say I've got nothing further to add,
Okay.
to be honest. Having heard what Mr. Dowden has said, I don't think there's anything further from me to add.
Okay.
We're content with it as it is.
Yeah, I'll reflect on both comments and report back to the council on that.
If I can just sort of
Oh, sorry.
add, in relation to CI1, there's a reference to community use agreements in CI1 also, and we proposed the modification which says, rather than saying must,
Should.
refer to securing wider community benefit through measures such as community use agreements. So it's recognising that there are various means of achieving community access, and it's just finding the most appropriate mechanism to do that. So,
Okay, so you're suggesting that wording here might suit as an addition to D. So facilities through measures such as...
yeah,
Yeah.
rather than just specifying that as a sole mechanism.
Okay. Right, I'll take away the comments that I've heard on that.
Mum, just a comment. It's not what I said, I'm afraid. On CI3, I think it should remain unchanged.
So you don't agree measures such as...
I do on CI1.
Yeah.
I didn't say...
What's Harrow's view then?
I'm happy with it. I said no further comment.
Oh, okay. Well, which...
CI3, I'm happy with it staying as it is.
Right.
And the inspector imposes a community use agreement on the treatment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've read the decision on that, so I don't think I need to look at that any further. Right. So there's quite a few actions for the council on that particular one then. And then strategic. Well, we're moving on to strategic policy 7. So I wonder now whether there might be an opportune moment for a short break.
Sorry, Mum, to
That's
intervene
okay.
again. Just wanted to make a general comment on the discussion we've had around strategic policies.
Yeah.
And in relation to 6, the whole chapter basically on...
Chapter 6.
Yeah, the whole chapter 6. It's been really quite helpful listening to the discussion and the questions you've raised around chapter 6.
Yeah.
But particularly what's come across to me has been what appears to be a potential level of confusion in that chapter. Mainly because of the use of social and community infrastructure.
Yeah.
And I think it would benefit for us to look at the whole of that chapter to avoid remove any confusion. There should be one definition. Social infrastructure is defined in the glossary.
Yeah.
Community infrastructure isn't. Community facilities aren't. The London Plan has one definition of just infrastructure.
And social infrastructure, I think.
And social
Yeah.
infrastructure, yeah. So I think it would be helpful more generally to just eliminate any potential areas of confusion and make it clear across the whole chapter. If you would be happy for us to do that and come back with some suggestions of how we can make it clearer. I'm just thinking CI1 in particular, the heading is safeguarding and securing social infrastructure.
Yeah.
Large B, first line, proposals relating to new or enhanced social and community infrastructure.
Yeah.
So there's an immediate feeling in my mind, why have we used,
Yes.
if the heading says one thing,
Yeah.
why do we say two things?
Yeah.
So,
I'm grateful for you for picking that up. So yes, please.
thank you.
Right. So that concludes the discussion on CI3. So when we come back after the break, we'll go on to strategic policy 7. which is green infrastructure. And that's my MIQs at 5:20 onwards. Yeah, so is 15 minutes sufficient for a break? Yeah, okay, so we'll have an adjournment until 11:30, then the hearing's adjourned. Okay, it's 11:30, so the hearing is resumed. So we're now going to look at the MIQ responses starting at 5:20 onwards, and it's Strategic Policy 07, Green Infrastructure, which starts at page 222 of the plan. Are there any changes to this policy that the Council need to alert me to?
Yes, ma'am, there is some proposed changes on page 14.
14. Oh, this is part J. So green infrastructure rather than green spaces, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this is the overarching strategic policy for your green infrastructure, which you've defined in the glossary. Is that right? Yeah, so a multifunctional network of green and blue spaces and other natural features. And do you know if that definition accords with the London Plan definition? Right, slightly broader, but I don't think there's much in it in terms of the definitions. So what are you trying to achieve with Strategic Policy 7?
Well, again, ma'am, it's really just sort of setting out the broad objectives, our broad objectives for green infrastructure, and for the policies that follow in that chapter. So the key components, really.
Pardon?
The key components.
The key components.
Yeah.
And I raised some specific questions about Part C and whether that duplicates national policy.
Yeah, so that sets out our broad objective for the green belt. It does reflect national policy.
So
I mean, I suppose, you know, it does reflect national policy. But there's this sort of, you know, we're trying to strike this balance between, on the one hand, not repeating national policy, but being consistent with it.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that sort of slight tension there, and I think that tension is comes to light particularly when we're writing policies in relation to the green belt. But nevertheless, you know, in terms of the broad heading and the council's approach to protecting the green belt and MOL, it does relate. You know, it is the same as national policy and the position on MOL in the London Plan.
Right, in your the supporting text at 701 then goes on to reference sports pitches and playing fields, but that reference isn't in accordance with your glossary definition.
For green infrastructure.
I'm on page 222.
Yeah.
Says the term green infrastructure.
Yeah. 701.
Yeah.
And then that doesn't accord with the definition of green infrastructure on 391, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that need amending? What do you...
Yeah, I mean, we want to be consistent there.
Yeah.
For sure. So,
So,
I mean, really, it's really the definition, I think, in the glossary that's the,
okay, so
that's the one.
so you need to amend 701
Yeah.
then. Part E, there should be no net loss of green space in the borough. Again, this is an issue of consistency in approach because you don't define green space. So do you, as this policy is dealing with green infrastructure, do you mean green infrastructure or do you mean something separate to that? Is it clear how somebody should be addressing the policy?
I mean, I think there we really talk about open space.
You're talking about open space?
Yeah, as a function of as part of green infrastructure. I mean, it's just providing clarity again. I think maybe you can tighten up on the term. You can tighten up on the term green space.
Right, but part E of that is specific to no net loss of open space, so you're not meaning green infrastructure in the wider definition. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay. So part D says development will not be permitted on designated open space. And then you then go on to say in E there should be no net loss of open
That's it.
yeah.
And I think you suggested that there's a conflict between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't feel there is a conflict. I think what our point there is
Okay, maybe sorry, conflict's the wrong word. Isn't E then just repeating what D is already doing?
well, D is really, I suppose D is, what D is saying is we're supporting ancillary facilities. I took this to mean that, I must admit, in this question, I took this to mean that we're saying no net loss of open space. And I took conflict to mean that you sort of, that there was a perceived conflict in allowing ancillary facilities.
No, it was, well, it's clarified by what you mean by green space. So
Yeah.
you're saying that in E, green space should be open space.
Open space, yeah.
And similarly, additional open space provision, should that be then?
Yes. Yes. This is talking about open space, yeah.
And the exception is sporting facilities in line with policy CI3. So, I mean, F I read more as a statement rather than a policy.
Yeah. It is. It is. It's a policy theme.
A policy theme.
Yeah. Did you want to clarify that?
But you're already saying at part A, green infrastructure should be enhanced. You're just repeating it at F. And B. So A, B and F are all doing the same thing.
I'd agree there's an element of repetition on F. I need to just take a look at A and B.
Okay, look at
Just look at A and B.
A, B and F together.
I mean, part B is specifically referring to access. And I think that's important because that's something that is reflected in guidance from Natural England in terms of the access point. I think A is sort of getting at, sort of looking at quality really. But we can certainly have a look at those points and sort of tidy it up.
Right, so just so I'm clear, so 701, you've clarified that sports pitches and playing fields are not included within this green infrastructure. You're going to amend that, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Dowden.
Just going back to parts D and E of that policy, it seems to me they repeat, or they belong better in policy G12.
G12. Do you mean GI2?
GI2, apologies, yeah.
GI2.
The open space policy. It just keeps it all open space in one place rather than having to dot it between multiple policies.
I think the definition of open space is something we're going to come on to, but that well, I think GI2 is a broader issue in terms of I'm reading that as its open space and then wider things that might not be encompassed by Strategic Policy 07, whereas Strategic Policy 07 is part D is dealing only with open space. So I think that's what the council are trying to do there. Right, and then Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, ma'am. So just going back to the discussion around paragraph E.
Yeah.
Yes, E. In terms of the reference to green space and the lack of clarity around that in terms of a defined sort of term. Upon reflection in terms of how paragraph D is operating, so paragraph D relates more to designated open space. So whilst we were suggesting that perhaps E could be interpreted as green space, we're thinking it's wider in terms of just sort of green infrastructure generally. So we do appreciate and do accept that there's a need to clarify what we mean by green space because it's not defined. But yeah, we'd sort of like to potentially revisit in terms of whether that's green infrastructure more generally.
Right.
Since that's the purpose of the policy.
Okay.
Because paragraph D is very much designated open space and no net loss and all those sort of things that were discussed. But yeah, so I think there is scope for us to clarify in terms of...
that you mean green infrastructure
yes,
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it does demonstrate your point in terms of clarity.
And sorry, you need to rephrase D so it's positively prepared. So development will not be, it's not positively prepared. Then, in the supporting text, then you go off talking about hard standing of front and rear gardens. Is that in the right place, that section? 7.0.7. There's nothing in here about. Well, also this is supporting text for a strategic policy, and you're talking about hard standing in people's front and rear gardens. It can't be the right place for that, if at all.
I think what we're getting at there is that those front and rear gardens fall into the definition of green infrastructure. So that's why they're included and referenced in the supporting text. And we see that those front and rear gardens have an important role to play in kind of delivering and retaining green infrastructure across the borough. So that's why that paragraph is included. I think, it is on the end of it's included as an end paragraph, but I think that's an important point to make.
I know we're going to come on to the open space study, but is there any evidence underpinning this policy?
Not as a strategic I mean, we've got broad commentary on green infrastructure in IDP.
No evidence.
The IDP is evidence.
Well, sorry, I'll be more specific. Have you done an assessment of what you define as green infrastructure provision within the borough.
We haven't got a green infrastructure
No.
study per se. I know some authorities have done that,
Yeah.
but that doesn't form part of our evidence.
Okay, I'll come back to you on 707. So that sets the scene then, and then in terms of green infrastructure as a whole, and then you include this extract from the tall building study. On the next page.
Do we need that? Do we need this? Do we need that? Yeah, I mean, I think again, we'd be happy for that to, in terms of the map, doesn't add a huge amount
No, it
to
doesn't.
the strategic policy. It's just, I think really what it's just trying to highlight the spatial distribution of different types of green. I can't even read the key with
No,
my
exactly.
with my
Well,
glasses.
if we can't read it, then it probably shouldn't be in the plan.
But I think as an image, it does kind of show the kind of spatial distribution of green infrastructure across the borough, and that's why it's in, and that's why it's related to the strategic policy, to provide that context.
Okay.
But
Sorry, and then
we don't have strong opinions about that staying in the plan.
right, and then sorry, back to part F. The quality and functionality of green green infrastructure will be enhanced. That's a. Did I already say that? That's a statement. I mean, how does somebody react to that in a policy?
Well, that sets the scene for the policies that follow.
Well, it still sets the scene, but it still should be a policy that somebody.
Yeah. So you know, in terms of the functionality of green space, the open space is kind of expanded on in subsequent policies. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Mm.
So that's why it's in there. So if we look at GI2, for example,
Yeah, but if somebody's coming forward with a proposal that
how
you're
do they do it? Basically,
you're
what do they
going
do?
to ask them to respond to
Yeah.
Strategic Policy 07
Yeah,
and the other subsequent policies. So it's all very well having a strategic policy, but it still needs to be evident how a decision maker should react.
Yeah.
And just saying the quality and functionality of green infrastructure will be enhanced.
yeah, I understand that. There is so. If we look at how that should be implemented, then, for example, it's covered in, so, for example, the 7.2.6, 7.2.7.
Supporting text to GI2.
Yeah. So,
But that can't, that's not effective then, is it? The policy's not effective. You've got to go to another policy to understand what you should be doing in relation to this policy.
yes. Yeah, I don't think that necessarily means it's not, from the council's perspective, we don't feel that means the policy is not effective, because the elements of the strategic policies are being implemented through subsequent policies.
Okay.
But we'll obviously take your view on that, ma'am.
Right, well, I've made a note that you're going to look to amalgamate A, B and F.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's the scene as a whole, and then is your name tag up for another comment, Mr. Hughes, or no? Okay. Then we're on to Greenbelt and Metropolitan Open Land. I think have you put forward some suggestion to say, for avoidance of doubt, this policy is something like this policy being prepared in relation to the 2023 framework? You put forward something to say that?
Yes, there is. Let me just find the page 5, 14. Yes.
Yeah, so for the transitional arrangements relate to plan making, but any proposals coming forward would be assessed under the new framework.
Yeah, but the policy has been prepared
Yeah,
to reflect the 2023 aspect, 2023 framework.
the policy has,
Yes.
but if a proposal comes forward,
Yeah. But the statement is factually correct
there's-
that we've included.
yeah, okay. What paragraph are you suggesting that for?
That's 7.1.1. So I think it's just clarifying that you know, we move forward and in terms of, you know, what you've said, but I think we've included that just to remind the reader as the plan kind of moves forward that's the way that that's the version of the framework that this policy has been prepared under. So
Okay,
it's just a
but then
clarification.
saying at part AA, any proposals for development and agreement will be considered in accordance with the NPPF, the framework.
Yeah.
That's going to be the framework at
That's-
the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
So is there any point in saying what this plan was examined against is my question, I suppose. It's not going to make any difference.
Well, the reader may look at it and say, well, there's an inconsistency between, potentially, the inconsistency between the wording of this policy and the version of whatever version of the framework that they're reading at the time. I think that's why we've included that clarification.
Right.
Sorry, I'll defer to you. So, on page 14, we've included a reference which says, for the avoidance of doubt, this policy has been prepared to reflect the provisions of Greenbelt policy contained in the MPPF December 2023. Yeah. So,
that goes at 7.11.
yeah, and what the inspector's saying, if I'm correct, is as we move forward, decisions will be made in accordance with the current version of the framework at the time.
Which is what your policy says. So there's that sentence that you're suggesting, I would suggest is not necessary for soundness, because it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to work out. What is it doing? Because, I mean, the way that I think decision making will be, this would still have primacy as a development plan,
Correct.
but plainly the NPPF 24 Greenbelt policy is going to be a significant material consideration.
Correct.
So, does it, I mean, we do say at the beginning of this document that
We do, yeah.
everything is
Yeah,
assessed against 2023.
yeah.
Does it matter?
When policies have been prepared under that version of the framework, I think that's...
I don't think so. I mean, subject to, obviously it's not my call, but I'm not sure it does add anything that.
Okay. I'm certainly not going
I think it's clear, we're in the transitional provisions.
Yeah.
It's a strange situation. And in the end, the decision maker will have to deal with that.
Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully that's clear then. So let's
Okay.
move on to a bit that's less clear for me, which is A, large A, little b. You're now introducing a new level of assessing impacts adjacent to the green belt in terms of openness. The council discourages development in these circumstances that undermines the functional aims of Greenbelt and the provisions of paragraph 142. Well, paragraph 142 doesn't make any reference to that, does it?
It refers to openness.
Yeah, openness in terms of the Greenbelt.
Yes.
Your policy wording is to do with a development adjacent to the Greenbelt.
Yes.
Where's that covered in the framework?
Well, I think it's just recognising that development adjacent to the Greenbelt has potential to impact on openness.
Where does it tell you to do that in the framework?
It tells us to protect openness.
In
Doesn't
the
tell us-
Greenbelt.
It doesn't tell us how to do it.
It doesn't, unless you can point me to it, the framework doesn't say anything about openness adjacent to the Greenbelt
No.
boundary.
No,
So why have
no.
you got it in your policy?
Because development adjacent to the Greenbelt has the potential to impact on the openness of the Greenbelt itself by creating a sense of enclosure, and I think this is an issue that's particularly relevant in London. So that's the reason why we've got that in there.
Okay.
By creating so essentially development adjacent to the Greenbelt can, for example, create a sense of enclosure and impact on openness that way. And we see this in other areas of London, with high-rise buildings very close up against areas of open land, creates a sense of enclosure and impacts on the overall openness of that.
Okay.
Now, historically, this is something that has previously been included. I appreciate it's not included in the framework, but it has.
Previously included where, sorry?
Sorry.
It's been previously included where?
In national guidance on Greenbelt. It isn't anymore, and I suppose that's the point. But all we're trying to say here is that development adjacent to the Greenbelt has potential to impact on the openness of the Greenbelt itself.
Okay, I've noted what you said on that. So let's move on to part B, which is MOL. No issue with that. And then part C is then where you would assess proposals within the Greenbelt or MOL. Right, I'm not quite clear whether all of those criteria are in accordance with the framework either.
Right.
So do you want to take me to the parts of the framework that you've taken that from? I mean, I suppose it's C, D, E and F.
Yeah.
Do you define a green grid in Harrow? Is that a London plan?
Yeah, I think the green grid is a London plan.
That's a London plan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh no, you do define it. Okay, so it's C, D, E and F.
Are you talking about large?
Large C,
Yeah.
then little c, little d, little e, little f. I mean, the policy wording seems to be having regard to, so these are factors that you're going to have regard to,
Yeah.
but then C is use of land.
Food growing. It doesn't quite make sense.
No.
Yeah, I'd take that point.
So
So I think we need to clarify. I think we need to just
revisit C to F. On
yeah.
there. And with reference to the framework. And
Yeah.
sorry to sound like a stat record character, is not, so visual amenity is one, character isn't.
Yeah.
I think there's case law on that one. So redevelopment or infilling of sites, and this is the part of the policy. When are these sorts of things going to occur in Harrow's green belt? These are normally ones where you've got sort of isolated dwellings, aren't they?
Yeah. So infilling is referred to in 154E.
Yeah, of the framework.
And 154G.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's possibility. I think there's a possibility that that could happen, and we need to make provision for that in the policy. So, we need to. Sorry. Yeah.
Right, well, I think you need to, if you are having, suggesting that that's a sound policy, you need to revisit parts A to E of that, so they accord with 154.
What, a part small as part D?
Yes.
Yeah.
Para 154 A2.
So there are two bullets, aren't there? On
Yeah, well,
in relation.
which ones that you think are relevant here to Harrow? I mean, obviously, I very much doubt buildings for agriculture and forestry are going to be relevant. I don't. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Mum, I was just going to ask the question, I suppose. You're rightly referring the paragraph C, large C, and asking for its justification in the framework. But I wonder if C is confusing the matter in the sense that it also refers to MOL. And maybe we need to distinguish within C, or in some way, what is greenbelt, consistency with the framework, and what Harrow is seeking to achieve in relation to MOL in terms of small c, d, e and f, and whether that's combining them
Oh, I
into...
see those. Okay, yeah, that would
combining
make more
them
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should need to look at that.
Okay, that does make sense, yeah. And then E, proposals on Greenbelt or MOL that may not be in accordance with the framework should be put forward in the context of a comprehensive long-term plan for the site as a whole.
I think there's a modification on that. Yeah, so on page 14.
Oh, that's your... okay. I'm still thinking about those two.
Right.
Yeah. Right, yeah, I'm still having to think about those. So, and then is this a heading then at the top of F? Oh yeah, this is another heading, inappropriate and harmful. Just question whether F is necessary for soundness. Because aren't you already saying that at
Harmony essential group will be refused. Yeah, I mean, does that actually add anything? Oh, if yeah, happy to take recommendations on that.
okay.
It's
And then 7.1.
implicit. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
And it reflects national policy. So.
Oh yes, 7.1 is this part of that framework? Okay. And then, sorry, then the reference at 7.1.7 I understand, but 7.1.8, I think I raised a question about this one. What's...
Is it the Harrow College? Yeah.
That's the land swap one, isn't it? No.
Not Harrow College. No, it's that's different to Harrow College. It's different to Harrow School.
Right. So what's this one talking about then? 7.1.8.
So basically, I think that's that wording is something that was reflected in the adopted plan. And we haven't referred to it elsewhere. So I think we'd be open to that paragraph being removed.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to
No.
what's contained in the plan.
No.
Okay. And then 5:30, this part about the changing the boundaries, and that's the land swap one, is it?
That's it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so no further comments from me on the green belt policy, but there's quite a lot of reworking to do there. But please ensure that the amendments are in accordance with the framework, so things like character are addressed. So then GI2, open space. Where to start with this one? Right. Wait, is this the policy that you say gives effect to the open space as allocated on the policies map?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. In which case, does the policy need to say that then? And that might be a general point that's relevant to a number of your policies, because I don't think you use the phrase as shown on the policies map, and if you don't have that, you don't have any way of giving effect to those policies.
Yes, that's a very valid point, and we'll do that for this policy, and we'll
Okay.
double check any other designations.
So you talk about Part A, small a, the area, publicly accessible open space, particularly in areas of deficiency. But what have you used to inform that? Because I think 7.2.3 refers to a very old study, 2011, which I don't believe is part of the evidence base. I'm happy to be corrected on that if you think it is part of the evidence base. But what have you used to inform this policy?
Okay, so the evidence base for this is summarised. Well, it's set out in the IDP in terms of the current position with regard to open space across the borough. Now that is basically a summary of the 2011 open space study. That study is not included in the list as evidence itself, but the kind of main findings of that still remain relevant in terms of the deficiency in open space across the borough, and the broad distribution of how that's kind of distributed in terms of a shortage of open space in the south, and larger amounts of open space in the north.
Right, let's take this back a step. So the IDP being the one that's submitted with the Reg 19 plan, or this Matter 3 appendix? Which one do you want me to look at?
So the IDP. So the IDP is the version that was submitted at Reg 19, and I think there's an sorry, Dave, there's an updated version of the schedule, isn't there? Yeah.
So which one are you wanting me to look at?
Well, it's both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the let's look at the Matter 3 appendix first of all.
I think actually it's more helpful to look at, because I think it's probably more helpful to look at the IDP main document,
Okay.
because that's really what sets out the kind of the level of deficiency across the borough.
EBIT01.
EBIT01, yes.
All this does is quote this 2011 study and references PPG 17.
Yeah.
And summarises surplus deficits in open space in 2010. It's 15 years old, based on the population at the time.
Yeah.
That's what you've used.
We don't believe that, we believe there's still a deficiency and that the broad distribution of open space hasn't changed significantly since that time.
But based on what? What are you basing that on?
Well, we haven't had significant delivery of open space since that time, and so we still believe that there is a deficiency.
But how can you... There might still be a deficiency, but surely you need to update your evidence base to quantify what that is. The approach that you've taken, is that in accordance with what the Land and Plan asks you to do in terms of preparing for these types of open space policies?
Well, let's look at the London Plan.
I think it's G4.
We've got 40 references to open space.
Sorry, it's on page PDF 318 and typed 318.
318.
Yeah, so G4 open space development plans should, and then it sets out quite clearly what you should do in terms of preparing assessments to identify areas of public open space deficiency, and then sets out how a criteria should be applied to that. You can't be suggesting that what's before the examination accords with that.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that issue hasn't been raised in the conformity matter.
I know it's not been raised in the conformity, but I'm asking you, is the council seriously suggesting that the steps you've taken accord to inform the plan-making process accord with that policy?
I think if they didn't, then we would have a conformity issue.
Sorry, is that so? Yes, you do think you followed those steps? The evidence base that you're referring to me to is PPG 17, which isn't
Yes.
even in existence anymore. It's 15 years old.
Yeah.
We've had various versions of the framework since then. You've got a new, you've got a spatial development strategy that's been adopted since then, which sets out really clearly what you need to do in terms of the development plan. You cannot be suggesting that what's before me accords with those steps.
Sorry, I'm just rereading the steps, ma'am. Yeah. I think.
Sorry, ma'am. I mean, I guess just to reiterate the point, I mean, the Mayor, in terms of looking at general conformity, must be satisfied with the process and the evidence.
I'm not asking if the Mayor's satisfied. I'm not asking that question.
I think, yeah.
That's not the question I'm asking.
Sorry, ma'am. In terms of the actual previous study, it certainly does do the elements that are listed in
The thing that's
policy
15
G4.
years old, that's not even in the examination library. You haven't submitted that document as part of your evidence base.
But it is certainly summarised in the IDP in terms of the overarching headlines, and that then has informed the policy settings, which are then picked up in paragraphs A2, 3 and 4. So in terms of what the actual local plan does, it does do appropriate designation and policies in terms of open space. It does promote the creation of new areas for open space.
Look at A1 on here then. Using the categorisation set out at table 8.1 and benchmarking. I mean, I don't really think there's much debate to have on this. I'm happy to have a debate about it, but I don't know how the council can sit there and seriously suggest that what a document that's not before the examination is 15 years old, is prepared in accordance with a planning, I can't remember the name of those things now, PPG 17, which is way in the archive, is in any way in accordance with that policy. But if you want to continue to debate it, I'm happy to, but that's just a totally untenable position. So what's the council's view on that?
Mum, I think it's probably best for us to take it away and come back to you with a considered response rather than me jump in. Are you okay with that?
Okay, when do you think that might be?
Probably this afternoon.
Okay. I don't particularly want to revisit GI2 this afternoon, so can we discuss the policy wording in the context of the lack of the evidence base to support it?
Yep.
So you're removing the reference to sports pitches, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. So again, it's just making sure that all sports pitch provision is tied to CI3.
Yeah. Okay. But then you're proposing a change at Part C. Small c, little.
Yes. Yes.
So sorry. On page 16 of the MIQ responses, which ABC is that referring to? Is it the top one or the bottom one?
So it's small c, little c.
Small c.
Little c. Oh, big. Sorry. That I said. Big C, little c. Sorry.
Right, but what the text that's struck through in here isn't what's in the plan, is it? The proposals will result in the loss of. I don't understand where that text is from.
Okay. Yeah.
Should not be built on unless.
Yeah. Apologies, madam. I'm not quite sure how that's
No.
made it. How that's made its way in there.
Okay,
But the I think. I think what we're trying to do here, as I said, that's broadly speaking what we're trying to do.
Right, if you're clarifying that the sport and recreation elements are dealt with under the
CI3.
previous chapter,
Yeah.
then you don't need to repeat that here, do you? You don't need to repeat proposals relating to loss of sports and recreational.
No, I mean,
So C, large C, small c would then get
Yeah.
deleted. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, again, I mean, these changes are made in response to comments from Sport England.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just kind of, we were just trying to reinforce that connection. But if you don't feel it's necessary, then we're happy to take your view.
Mr. Dowden.
On the points of A, B, C and D, Part D doesn't reflect the MPPG. That's the proposals.
Sorry, which part D? There's two part Ds.
It's big C, small d, I think. The
Yeah.
proposals for small ancillary use. That doesn't reflect the MPPF. The third criterion there is the development is for alternative sports and recreational provision, the benefits of which clearly outweigh the loss of the current or former use. So, it seems to,
So C is deleted. Yeah, the council have just said that. Yeah, so
apologies.
sport and this policy isn't in relation to sports provision. It's just because their definition of open space is not including sports pitches. So large C now says existing open space should not be built on unless.
Thank you. Then in terms of the evidence base, are we going to come back and deal with that at a separate time?
Are you here this afternoon?
Can be.
Yeah, well, if the council are going to have a think about what they might need to do on that, then it'd probably be wise to return and we'll just deal with it at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's G. Right, and then 7.2.8, you then need to amend, don't you, in light of what you told me?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, okay. So that's going to conclude us on the open space and sport and recreation policy. Do you have any points to raise on that? Have you followed where we're at with
thinking about just to have the contact. So,
on the open space?
because we got to the offices at the time and they just ignored us.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify on the strategic policy 7, number E, those greens. So are those green spaces being changed to open space? Is that what was happening? Or
Well,
have I missed that?
the council suggested open space, and then they've said that they want to reflect on it because it perhaps should say there should be no net loss of green infrastructure.
So are gardens included in green infrastructure as well
Gardens,
from the definitions?
well, they're going to revisit the definition so it's consistent with the I think the answer to that is yes. Green gardens are.
So you can't have any net loss in a garden,
Net loss of,
land.
if it's adjusted to say infrastructure, then yes, that would be the case.
Okay.
I've got a note that you're re-looking at 7.0.1 and the definition, you're going to revisit the definition in accordance with your glossary definition and the London plan. Is that what you've noted? Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
I'm just, there's a lot of cross references and
Yeah.
want to make sure the definitions are okay.
All right, and then finally onto burial space.
Madam, sorry, can I just make one?
Oh, sorry, yes,
very
please
short point?
do.
So the quality of Mr Schwartz's point is that it's no longer possible to build on any garden space in Harrow if it results in a loss of green garden space. That would be the quality of the policy position,
That would be the policy, yeah.
which I would suggest would be a surprise to most people in Harrow and a bit excessive, not taking into account PD rights. No development at all in any garden space anywhere in Harrow, full stop.
I think we'll just reflect on this over lunch, this last point, because there are PD rights involved. So we'll just, I think we'll just rationalise it and come back to you with a clear answer.
Yeah. I think you probably also need to reflect on that point in terms of what you've said in terms of windfall. Yeah. Right. Burial grounds policy and provision through the plan, which is 5.1 and 5.2. So this was just the point about the, I know we've talked about this already, but you referred to an application made to Three Rivers for the expansion of Carpenter's Lawn Cemetery, but that's no longer happening. Is that right?
That's correct.
So we know that the gap in provision, you've got the up-to-date evidence in terms of the burial space report September 2024,
Yeah.
that the gap in provision is 200 to 300
Yeah.
spaces per annum, and you've equated that to floor space as well.
That's it.
And then you've set out what you are doing in terms of the work that's being undertaken at the moment in terms of 5.1.4.
That's it.
So how does the plan address this point? I know that this is it just within supporting text.
Actually, sure where burial spaces come from.
I haven't. Yeah, 6.1.7.
Yeah, at the moment, ma'am, the references are in the supporting text. So it's it's back to CI1.
CI1. Okay, so do you have a page number for 6.1.7?
213.
2.
I think there's scope for that to be updated to reflect the current position, particularly around the London-wide work. And I think we need to think about the sequencing in terms of the steps going forward. So obviously we've got the London-wide audit of burial space that's being proposed, partly evidence-based for the emerging London plan, but we want to take a steer from that, I think, in terms of sort of work going forward.
Are the dates on page 2 still correct? Auditors plan to be undertaken in autumn 2025.
Yes, that's the latest we have from the London-wide study. And I think that, well, I think the last contact I had with the GLA on this is that they were actually due to start this month. So that audit is in progress.
Okay. Can I suggest when you do look at amending that text for effectiveness, you just have the reference within one part of the plan? So at the moment, I think it's within the social infrastructure policy, as well as appearing elsewhere earlier on in the plan, and it just needs to be done within one paragraph in one place. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, in that case then, that concludes this session on that last bullet point, and then you're going to come back to me once you've had a think about...
Sorry?
You're going to come back to me after the lunch break, once you've had a think about open space?
Yes.
What you think the council might need to do to present a sound policy on that, in terms of the evidence base?
Mum, as I've understood it, it is, as you just said, it's the evidence base rather than the wording now.
Well, it's a bit of both, because you're making your, it's difficult, you can't, can you just remind me the page number? Right, well, we've discussed a number of changes to that policy, but some of the commentary in there in terms of in areas of deficiency at large A, small a, it's difficult to define those without having an evidence base to support those. And so therefore we need to have the evidence base to understand if you do have areas of deficiency. And then there were various changes to Part C. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So if you can come back, Mr. Down, then to hear what the councillor is suggesting on that, and then we will then start matter 5, which is meeting the borough's housing needs. So any other matters?
No, I mean, again, the only point is whether this is the right moment or not, but did you want to say anything about the minutes, or should we pick that up later? The West London Alliance minutes?
Haven't had a chance to read them yet. No, I think that's, in all honesty, going to be next week.
That's fine.
Yeah. But we've got Mr. James's details if we need to call him back. Okay, so in that case then the session's adjourned until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon everybody. It's 2 o'clock and the hearing is resumed. In a moment we will be moving on to matter 5, which is meeting the borough's housing needs. I've got a few administrative matters to deal with the council first that are still ongoing from this morning's session. But just so everybody's aware, we have on the agenda, which is circulated and on the examination webpage, we have 5 bullet points to deal with either this afternoon, and potentially another session is allocated a week on Monday. We'll see how we get on, but potentially it would make sense to finish today, depending on where we're at after bullet point 3, so older persons accommodation and delivery. But we'll take a view as to what progress we're making in relation to the agenda, and I'll keep you advised. So just the usual reminders, if you haven't already attended the session, to make sure all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent, please. If you would like to be brought into the discussion, please raise your nameplate on its side and I will bring you in at an appropriate time, and then once you have spoken, please return it down. And secondly, you must use the microphones because the event is being live streamed, so please, if possible, refrain from moving the actual unit. You shouldn't need to do that, you should just need to move the angle of the microphone itself, and that's just the right hand button which will go red when you speak, and please turn it off afterwards. So I'll just get, before we deal with the matters from this morning, I'll just get the council to introduce themselves as to who will be speaking in relation to matter 5, and then I will ask all interested parties to do the same, and then we will deal with the other outstanding matters.
Thank you, Ma'am. So I am Saira Kabir Sheikh, King's Counsel, barrister appointed by the London Borough of Harrow. And the participants today from Harrow will be potentially myself, Mr. Viv Evans, who's the Chief Planning Officer, Mr. David Hughes, who is just next to Mr. Evans, and also Mr. Gavin Ball, who is a Principal Planning Officer.
Thank you. Mr Taylor, would you mind just introducing yourself to the room?
My name is Peter Taylor. I'm a resident of Harrow.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Mark Barrett from the Home Builders Federation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leanne Buckley-Thompson, councillor at number 5 Chambers, instructed by Barwood Land. You'll see to my right, again, I have Mr Upton. He will be joining in on individual sites comments.
Thank you.
Greg Dowden from BDP Consulting on behalf of the Hive Football Centre.
Yeah, so we're just going to deal with it. You're not intending to stay for the remainder of the session, are you?
No, that's right.
Okay, so just to deal with the outstanding matter from this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Howell James from Nexus Planning, representing Taylor Wimpey.
Thank you.
Sunil Kapoor, local resident, having concerns about the plan.
Thank you.
Irene Rosicke, local resident.
Thank you.
Jonathan Schwartz-Briskin and Michael Schwartz on behalf of Old Lyonians.
Thank you. And Mr James, just so you know, I still haven't read the documents that the council have provided in relation to the Matter 1 issue. It's likely I will get an opportunity to do that next week, but Louise will keep you informed if there's any further activity that takes place in relation to that.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. I'll take your steer on that one. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So just to pick up on the two matters that were left over. The first related to the question of whether green infrastructure in SP7 included gardens.
Yes.
So, ma'am, the intention is not for gardens to be included in that policy. It's not in the definition. And to that end, paragraph 7.07, we would propose deleting the references there to gardens.
Right, so could you just give me the page number?
Yeah, it's page 223. And it's that last paragraph on that page. Any garden development, will either be permitted development or it'll be controlled by other DM policies.
Okay.
So that answers, I think, a couple of questions that came up.
Yeah.
The wording, yeah. The wording you have to change, to edit that.
Yes, they're suggesting that I recommend a modification to delete that paragraph.
Mum, the other point that you raised was about GI2, open space, and the question of the evidence base, PPG 17 and 2011. Now, Mum, we've gone back over that, and James Cleaver is going to talk about it, but there's two elements to it, and he'll explain. He'll explain the basis for the consideration that the evidence base is sufficient for soundness. He'll go through that, and he's also going to refer to, or it might be that David, you refer to it, the approach taken by the Barnet inspector as well, where the evidence base was quite old. So both those matters will be addressed just now, and if there's anything for me to pick up, I will.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. I'll be quick, bearing in mind you've got a lot to get through. So the first thing to say is we'll make the 2011 study available for the examination.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
We'll make the 2011 open space study available for the examination. Add that to the list of evidence base. The second point relates to how we know that there hasn't been much change in open space since that 2011 study was produced. And the reason for that is basically the changes to designated open space that are outlined in the Atlas of Change, which is available in the evidence base, and that's CSD 02A. That's the Atlas of Change reference, and CSD 02B. That's the draft policies map.
Yeah.
So what we propose to do is to do a note for the examination on the extent of change in open space that is proposed by the changes to designated open space in the Atlas of Change, and then potentially use that to produce an addendum to the 2011 study, which should provide an updated position.
I think you were going to explain what the updated position is. I mean, the support for saying that there's less change or there's not much change.
In terms of...
Well, I think the inspector needs to know why there's reliance still on the 2011 document and what's led you to be able to rely on that, having regard to this Atlas of Change, because at the moment I don't think...
Yeah. I think that's primarily because the amount of change in designated open space has been limited, and that's what will come through in the Atlas of Change to designated open space.
I think...
Sorry, I'll ask the question, sorry.
Mum, I think, as Mr. Gleave says, we had a discussion over lunch, and the council has compared the Atlas of Change map that you have and was satisfied when putting this policy together that there's in fact very little change in terms of the open space when you compare these two documents, and you can see that. What they're proposing to do is to put that in the form of a note, so someone doesn't have to do a paper chase and go through the Atlas of Change and make the comparison. Put that in a note just to explain how there is de minimis change. Provide that to the examination, but also potentially suggest a change in wording in this policy as well, which would refer to the up-to-date evidence. So where it's got GI2, page 228 of the plan.
Yeah.
So the first step, just to produce the note to explain why the evidence base is still sound, and why there hasn't been much change. Secondly, if you thought it was appropriate or necessary, to add at GI2 open space AA, particularly in areas of deficiency, having regard to the up-to-date evidence or the latest evidence, something to that effect.
Right.
Which could potentially be part of this note, which would be, I think, there's a proposal to have an addendum.
That's what I'm suggesting. Yeah.
To the
2011 open space study.
Yeah. So that's one. That's to satisfy you that the evidence base is sufficient for you to find this policy sound, which is, I know that's your main concern, is how can you what's the evidence base? So that's one proposal, because the officers are satisfied that they've done that exercise. I mean, they're satisfied there's not been much change. And that was your question, I think. How do you know? What's the basis of you saying that there's not been much change? So that's one approach. I don't know if...
What's approach 2? Let's listen to that one.
Approach 2 is to bear in mind that there is going to be an early review of this plan, a very early review because of obviously the transitional provisions.
Yeah.
And to follow the approach of the Barnet inspector, who was similarly faced with an older study. In fact, in her case, the study was 2009, and she was satisfied. Was it she, I think?
No, it wasn't.
He was satisfied. I think, David, you've done some research on this. Do you want to just explain to the inspector?
Yeah, so certainly the context of the Barnet example is very similar to Harrow. So essentially the inspector's report came out end of last year, and the plan was adopted this year. And the evidence base, again, was a PPG 17 study dating back to 2009. And essentially, the inspector concluded that there was very little point sort of asking for a completely fresh, up-to-date evidence base to be prepared, given that there would be an early review of that plan. So effectively, he then found it sound
Right, I don't know anything about the Harrow, hopefully I know something about the Harrow plan. The Barnet plan, I don't know what the policy was that they had there and the context for that evidence base, so it's quite difficult for me to comment on those. But the main question that we seem to be either not responding to, or your response is, well, we've got the letter from the Mayor saying it's in conformity with the London plan, is you don't seem to have responded as to how you can say that what the evidence base is in accordance with the how the London plan sets out that study.
Yeah.
That's the response I thought you were coming back with.
Right. Well, we were addressing the point as to how you could be satisfied there was an evidence base to find the policy sound for us. That's what I think we were trying to give you comfort about.
Right.
Insofar as conformity, well, obviously the H4 exercise has not been done.
No.
There's no question of that.
Well, there seemed to be a question this morning. There seemed to be a suggestion that what was before me was compliant with that. That's what the officers were telling me.
No, I mean, the H4 policy is quite specific.
I don't want to waste too much time on this because it's not really fair on everybody else who's turned up to talk about housing numbers.
Housing need, yeah. Well, Mum, we can. I mean, if you prefer to pick this up later, but I mean, I don't think there's a suggestion. Well, I don't think that there's any suggestion now, at least, that the G4 exercise has been undertaken.
Right.
It will be undertaken because we'll have to review the plan, and of course, the London plan itself is being reviewed. So there'll have to be a new assessment, which the council will obviously undertake. But it's just for the purposes of this plan, how we can satisfy you on this point, which I think is mainly a soundness point. It can't be a conformity point in the sense that the Mayor's not concerned about it.
It's not that.
So it can't be that. It can only be really that you're satisfied that there is the evidence to make to hang the policy on.
So is that the totality of the response?
For now, obviously, there's going to be a note provided to you.
Well, I haven't asked for the note, so don't go off doing something that I haven't. You've suggested something.
You're suggesting a note.
I'm going to reflect on that as to whether I think that's appropriate or not.
Yes, I mean, if the purpose of the note is so that it's explained in sort of, in a narrative form and ties back to the...
Well, why don't you, in the first instance, get the this document that you're now seeking to rely on as part of the examination library, and then perhaps I can start by looking at that.
Yeah, the 2011 document.
But you're saying that should be part of the evidence base, yeah?
It's referred to in other documents.
And I will reflect on that and what you've said in terms of a way forward today, and that will be in action for me afterwards, after the examination. Mr. Dowden.
Thank you. Neither of those approaches are acceptable. It's retrofitting the evidence that should have been provided months, if not years ago. Can I refer you to a document that's in the evidence base? It's the Green and Blue Infrastructure 2 report, which was the predecessor, it's in the IDP, which was the predecessor to the final version of the open space analysis. And it said in there on page 23, this is October 2023, there was a significant gap in the currently published evidence base, as the latest open space strategy was published more than 10 years ago. And you know, 10 years, two years ago, why has nothing been done to address that gap now? And it goes right to the heart, and of which Leading Council just stopped herself saying, of the soundness of the plan. If the evidence base isn't there, the policy isn't sound, the plan isn't sound. And that's the long and short of it. The NPPF also says it has to be a robust in paragraph 103, we're all familiar with it, and it absolutely is not a robust evidence base, and therefore positive planning policies cannot have been derived to progress the council's development management in the future if it is not based on policies that are going to. Sorry, I'm annoyed by the fact that we're all here after so many years, and we have this massive vacuum in the heart of the local plan process. It really is an outrage, and it's no good the council coming along and saying we'll make it better, we'll put a sticking plaster, we can have an early review. That is unacceptable. My other point as well is this also goes, this defect in the local space policies, or the open space policies, contaminates other policy areas. So for instance, if the job had been done properly and it was decided to actually increase sill amounts, that should have been tested through viability. If it was decided to, for instance, have a different amount of industrial land, some of that could have gone to open space if there was a policy to actually increase the amount of open space. And therefore, the local plan has also failed through this absence, has failed the sustainability appraisal, because
But I probably need to stop you there, Mr. Dowling, because we've had the SA session, which we're not revisiting. I'm going to reflect on what the council have suggested is in terms of a way of addressing my concerns, and I will be I'll write to the council, I think, rather than advise them at the end of the hearing sessions as to a possible way forward in terms of that part of the evidence. But I do take on board everything that you've said about the soundness of the policy as drafted and the evidence base that underpins that policy at the moment. But we're not going to, I don't think we're going to get any further with the matter today, and then this certainly isn't the right session to do that. And if we have to have another hearing session on it, then so be it.
Thank you. Could I make two very brief points? Very briefly.
Yeah.
The council would not have turned up without a housing needs assessment, and this is no different. And the second point is, as the council have said, there's no change, nothing to look at here, no need to worry, nothing's changed. Well, on my client's site, The Hive, a lot has changed. 25% of the site has become built development, which is not open space. So, if you were to proceed with the hearing, could we request that you add that to your list of sites to visit so you can make your own assessment of whether it is open space or not?
Well,
yeah, well, there's an issue there in terms of accessibility, because I can't just go walking on private land.
It's publicly accessible. There's a footpath that goes through.
The footpath goes through, does it? Is that signposted? Because I couldn't see that when I went there previously.
I'm sure it is.
Right.
I'm sure it is.
Okay.
I will check for you.
Well, if we need to arrange accompanied site visits, we can do that with the council. You know, there's all sorts of options. So, but I don't think it's not fair on everybody else who's here to talk about housing numbers, but I've noted your concerns, noted what the council have said. I will reflect on that, and in fact, probably best to set out what you've suggested there in an email to the programme officer.
yes,
So-
we'll do that, and then
Yeah,
you'll have
so-
exactly what's...
So don't do the work,
No.
just suggest how you think you can rectify it.
We will do that. Mum, just for the avoidance of doubt, because obviously Mr. Dowden said quite a lot of things and I haven't responded to any of that.
Or do you want to, I mean, you can respond, I'm not stopping you from responding, but it's probably not effective use of the hearing time.
I don't intend to do any detailed response. The only thing I do want to say on behalf of the council, this isn't a case where the council is just not, the council is satisfied that the evidence is going to show that there has not been a material change. Obviously, there's a process we're going to go through now, but it's not that the council has just sort of forgotten about this or has just ignored it.
That's not what the evidence shows. It shows they intended to fill the gap which they identified, and they have not done so in
As I said, Mr. Dowden, I don't think we're going to get any further with it today, but I've noted your views.
For the whole 3 years, we're writing to them to do
Yes,
it, and they ignored us.
Yeah, can't take it any further today, I'm afraid, Mr. Schultz. Okay, so by all means, stay for housing figures if you'd like to. Otherwise, feel free to depart. So yeah, if you can set that out, and I'll take a view on that. So we're now going to so the council's MIQ responses form, or my MIQs and the council's responses form the main part of the agenda. As I say, it's my intention to get through bullet points 1, 2 and 3 if we can this afternoon, and we will see where we get to then in terms of returning a week on Monday. So similar format as before, please, for the council, if you can call out the policy, the page numbers of the policy, and alert me to any changes that you know you're already putting forward. So we'll start with housing need as defined within the plan SP3, which is my question 6.1 to 6.5. So the plan as it's drafted makes provision for 16,040 homes based on the London Plan target for the first 10 years, and then that target being rolled forward for the latter part of the plan period. Number of concerns have been raised regarding whether that's a valid approach, and the Council's response to that is set out at 6.1.1 to 6.1.3 with then subsequent bullet points. I'm not going to ask the Council to explain any further in terms of the approach that they've taken, because I think it's quite self-explanatory what they've done, but if anybody has any concerns regarding the approach to defining the housing need for Harrow, they should say now. Okay, fire away, Mr. Risky.
So I'm referring to the what's in 6.1.3 paragraph 3.
Yep.
Which says, to me it reads like though 12,829 would have been compliant with the London Plan. However, in the matter one, when we looked at the options, it wasn't clear that it would have been compliant with the London Plan, and that the 16,040 was the one which was compliant with the London Plan.
If I could just correct you there, that's the plan period of the London Plan,
Okay.
which is different to the plan period. So that's the spatial development strategy, because that's not, unfortunately, these documents aren't prepared on the same trajectory.
Yeah.
So what the London Plan says is that if you need to go beyond the 2028 to 2029 period, you should roll forward the annualised target. So that's what the London Plan advises. So it's not that would be the target overall for this plan period, because this plan period is going to 2041, I think. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
Okay, so maybe save the council response there.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
fine.
thank you. Mr. James?
Thank you, ma'am. I've mentioned in earlier sessions that the context of the London Plan is very important in terms of understanding how this plan should be coming forward, and that's particularly relevant in terms of housing numbers and how this council and how this plan reflects that. So within our Regulation 19 representations to Strategic Policy 03, and our representation number is 307, we provided some key quotes of paragraphs 8 and 10, which relate to when the London Plan went through examination and then was considered by the Secretary of State. So I won't repeat those quotes, but the upshot was, at that time in 2019-2020, that the adopted London Plan was concluded not to meet the housing needs at that time, and it falls even further short of meeting current local housing needs. I think this was acknowledged by officers during the Duty to Cooperate session we had on Tuesday morning, where they talked about the unmet needs. Well, we talk about unmet needs from adjoining authorities, and the council stated that any additionality above and beyond the London Plan housing target wouldn't go towards outer London authorities, it would go towards addressing a shortfall within London. So I think that position has been accepted. But just going back to when the London Plan was progressing through to adoption, so the Secretary of State, or at that time Secretary of State, required an immediate review of the London Plan, particularly in light of its failing to meet the housing needs of the capital city at that time, and that position was set out in March 2020, so more than 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, for procedural reasons, the London Plan didn't get adopted until March 2021, but the 5th anniversary of that London Plan is in March 2026, which is only 9 months from now. So notwithstanding all the stuff that happened before the London Plan was adopted, in accordance with Section 10A of the Local Plan Regulations and Paragraph 33 of the 2023 version of the NPPF, the strategic policies of the London Plan will be out of date in March 2026, particularly those relating to the housing numbers, and I'll come on to talk about the implications of that. But that's the context in which this plan is coming forward, is that the strategic policy, which gives it a housing target, is about to become out of date. It may even become out of date before this plan is adopted, depending on how long this examination takes to proceed through. And just to give context as to where we are with the local housing needs figures, so I appreciate this plan is based on the London Plan housing targets, but the local housing need figure for Harrow, and that's a minimum figure, is 2,294 dwellings per annum. So that was the figure at the time the plan was adopted. It's actually gone up very slightly since then because of the affordability uplift that came in March. So in terms of strategic policy 3, which is where the housing figure is set out, it is disingenuous in my view that that policy identifies 802 dwellings as meeting the needs of Harrow. It meets the London Plan housing target, but it doesn't meet the needs of Harrow. It's just short of 35% of the total local housing need figure. And I appreciate this is all context. I'll come on to the points in a minute. But that's where we're operating at the moment in terms of where this plan is coming forward, in terms of delivering homes. And as I mentioned in other sessions, it's not just the London Plan, it's compliance with the MPPF as well, particularly paragraph 60, which requires a significant boost in housing delivery. So our concern in terms of implications are, as we've set out in paragraph 11 of our hearing statement on this matter, that when you look at the housing land supply and housing delivery test positions moving forward, it's ambiguous as to where this plan sits, because across London, from March 2026, councils will be required to operate based on the current minimum local housing need figures, which are significantly or substantially above the housing target set at policy H1 of the London Plan. I note at paragraph 6.1.3 and subsection 2 of that within the council's hearing statement, that the council's position is that the London Plan, or the emerging London Plan housing target, once that's adopted, will become the requirement for housing land supply and housing delivery test calculations within the London Borough of Harrow. But there's a period between now and that plan being adopted, or potentially this plan being adopted and the London Plan being adopted. I think their current forecast is 2027. If this plan is adopted at the end of 2025, there'll be a 2-year vacuum where most councils will be operating on the basis of a local housing need figure for calculating their land supply. If you were to interpret Strategic Policy 03 as we do, the council could rely on the 802 dwellings per annum figure for the basis of the calculation of, of its housing land supply and housing delivery test. So essentially what Strategic Policy 03 is doing is rolling forward, forget about the 10 years or beyond the 10-year period of the London Plan, is rolling those figures beyond when they're going to be acknowledged to be out of date across the rest of London, which is March 2026, which is only 9 months from now, and potentially when this plan isn't even in place. So those are the implications, and we've talked in previous days about the supply and how that's being constrained by this plan in terms of the numbers. But I think essentially the position is Strategic Policy 3 should set out a supply of housing to meet a London Plan housing target, and rather than referencing 802 dwellings per annum as a requirement, or the figure, it should be reflected as the London Plan housing target, and then therefore this council's plan can provide a supply of housing towards meeting that target, as opposed to potentially, as currently worded, setting a requirement to this plan, and then under the provisions of section paragraph 33 of the framework, it could have 5 years to review that figure. I know you may impose an immediate review on the council through this examination, but I acknowledge that immediate reviews don't necessarily happen immediately, as is the case across much of the country. So just in terms of wrapping up, really, in the council's opening statement, they stated that the plan will play a part in meeting London's needs in terms of housing delivery. 802 dwellings per annum equates to 0.91% of the current local housing need across London. So it doesn't even meet 1% of London's needs. And that position can be maintained until the new London Plan is adopted, whereas elsewhere in London there's a positive planning framework to deliver new homes in accordance with those requirements of paragraph 60 of the 2023 version of the MPPF. So I think just to summarise, in terms of the amendment we are requesting, Mum, to ensure that the plan can be found sound around this fundamental matter of housing needs, is that Strategic Policy 3 should not be identifying needs, it should be identifying a supply to meet a London Plan housing target. It's through the London Plan that the housing requirement should be set. I'll leave it there for now, Mum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Buckley-Thompson.
Thank you very much. Mr. James has helpfully made submissions that are essentially on the same page as those that my client would want to make, so I won't seek to trespass and repeat things that he said, save as to make abundantly clear that there is an unavoidable truth insofar as where we're going to be in a very short period of time in terms of the London Plan being out of date, and accordingly the figures that this borough are planning to meet also plainly not delivering what is required throughout its borough. And that, I should emphasise, we say means that the council plainly is not positively planning within the meaning of paragraph 53 of the framework, and that does call into question the soundness of the plan. Now, of course, the council will say, and have said only just this afternoon, that there's going to be, as it was phrased, a very early review, but that doesn't cut it, to be frank, in terms of alleviating the concerns that we have and plainly others have in relation to this plan. I shan't say anything more because I think it's already plain to you, Madam.
Thank you. Would the council like to respond on those points?
Yes, ma'am, very briefly, in fact. I mean, the real criticism that's coming from Mr James and from Barwood Land is to the transitional provisions in the NPPF. That's their real objection, and that's obviously not a matter for you. The council is consistent with those transitional provisions. It is entitled to rely, well, it's required to rely on the strategic plan, which is the London plan, and it is doing exactly that. The criticism is that, well, why have we done that? Well, we're entitled to do that, and there's nothing there at all in these points. It's really a complaint against the transitional provisions.
Sorry, just to clarify, we haven't got a concern with the transitional arrangements and the approach the council has taken. I think it's just the wording of Strategic Policy 3 needs to be clear that it relies on the London Plan housing target as opposed to rolling it forward, and it delivers a supply of housing to meet that target as opposed to saying this is Harrow's target for the plan period, when this plan could be adopted post-March 2026, where everywhere else in London things are going to be operating very, very differently, and the emerging draft of the London Plan shows a very different picture to what's there now. I appreciate that plan will come forward over time, and this plan shouldn't have to wait until the London Plan comes forward. But what this plan shouldn't do is set a requirement or roll forward a requirement that everywhere else in London is going to be out of date in March 2026 for the purposes of looking at housing land supply and that key objective of boosting the supply of housing. So yeah, just to clarify, that's our position.
Just a brief point to add, of course, one reads the framework as a whole, so we don't doubt what the transitional provisions say. We make no argument in terms of what the council has said in its hearing statement in that regard, but there are still nonetheless concerns in relation to the extent to which there's positive preparation, which, Madam, I say you can take into account.
I don't think there's much more I can say here. These 2 points, again, ultimately are a criticism of policy and the way that the transitional provisions work. There's nothing that we're doing that's inconsistent with that, and there is no emerging...
The specific comments about the wording of the policy, I think I need a council's response on that.
SP3.
Yeah, 97.
What is it?
97.
Just remind me, Mr James, do you included the text, didn't you, in your representation?
I'm afraid I haven't suggested a revised wording to the policy.
You haven't?
No, I haven't suggested a revised wording, but happy to, if the council's amenable, obviously be happy to have that conversation.
Well, there isn't, because I've got the objection in front of me, and it's basically made on the basis that the London Plan is going to eventually have its own target, but it doesn't. There's no emerging. Is there any? There's no emerging figure at the moment. So I'm not sure what change Mr. James is suggesting.
I think it was a suggestion that it was the policy wording was specific to acknowledging that this was based on the London Plan as existing.
Well, I don't think that's necessary because we know, and it says at the start of this plan, that it's being examined under the 2023 NPPF. And that, of course, incorporates the transitional provisions, which anyone can read. So I don't think there's any need to say that, having regard to the context within which we're all sitting here. Which paragraph? Yes, that's right. Did you want to pick that up?
And just one point in terms of how the London Plan, the current London Plan says boroughs should treat the need for targets beyond the London Plan target. It's quite clear in terms of the fact that paragraph 4.1.11 of London Plan says that if a target is required beyond the 10-year period, you relate to the 2017 SHLA or any up-to-date local evidence identified in terms of capacity. It doesn't sit there and say boroughs should speculate about what any future London plan should say. It's quite clear that you identify a target and you put that in your local plan and that's taken forward. So it doesn't make reference to any future London plan. It just says that's how you determine your target, and that's what we've done, and that's why we think it's been found to be in general conformity. And the speculation in terms of future London plan isn't particularly relevant.
Sorry, I've got no problem at all with 802 dwellings per annum figure being the London Plan housing target for the London Borough of Harrow. The concern would be if this plan was to adopt that as a requirement moving forward, which it seems to do as its own requirement as opposed to a requirement derived from the London Plan. So I have no problem in terms of the period beyond 2029. We've got raised the context point around what the implications would be, but I don't have any concern about the figure itself. It's how the policy is worded in terms of referencing that as Harrow's need. That is Harrow's target as given to it by the London Plan. It's not a position that Strategic Policy 3 can set that as a requirement, in my view, because you would result in this position whereby between the adoption of this plan and the adoption of a new London Plan, you would have development being constrained because there would be no opportunity to bring forward development beyond the development plan, as will be the case across the rest of London during that period.
Okay, I think I've understood the point that you're making. Would you like to hear from Mr. Berendt first, and then you can respond as a whole?
Thank you, Ma'am. I appreciate what Mr. James is saying. I think my point is more around the fact that the council continue to refer to another review of this plan, or an immediate review, I think, was some of the comments. What I do notice is there is no policy within the local plan itself. This may have been discussed previously, so apologies if I'm repeating. But I think if there is going to be a review, I think it needs to be within a policy within the plan itself, and it needs to be time-bound. And I think that's the key. Not to take away from Mr. James' point, I think it is right that this is almost a plan within a liminal space in terms of what the housing need is now under the new London Plan and what it will be in future in terms of the standard method. But I think what is important is ensuring that if this plan does go ahead, and is that it recognises that significantly higher level of need that will need to be addressed, and also the fact that London Plan will look at Greenbelt Review and other aspects which will allow Harrow, in order to deliver a far higher level of housing delivery. So I think it's important, if there is a review policy, that it's specifically time-bound. And I would also point you, Ma'am, to the Bedford Local Plan 2040 in terms of that, which outlines that should a plan not be submitted by a specific date, say 2028 might be appropriate, that the housing policies within this plan are out of date in terms of that. So that allows then, but it gives a stick to the council in terms of, or a carrot, I'm not sure which one it is, Ma'am, but to move forward rapidly with a plan once the London Plan comes forward and we are clear at what that requirement will be. Yeah. But also that actually development can come forward if the council doesn't then, because you have that impact in terms of these policies in terms of 802 are recognised as being significantly out of date and inconsistent with what is coming forward in the London Plan, and therefore allow it to come forward. So that would be just my point. It's not set out, but it's just in terms of the council talk about no review, and obviously with the London Plan, and we know should be 2027. But that's the only point.
Okay, and just for your benefit, we have heard a little from Mr. Evans on a previous session about the work that's being undertaken in relation to Greenbelt reviews. But that's just for your benefit.
Ma'am, yes, I mean, I don't think I would say much more in response to Mr. Parent. I hope I pronounced that right. Simply because we are in the London context, and whatever we do is going to have to be consistent with the London Plan. And so there's no real sense or effectiveness in putting specific policies about review in there. There's also, I'll have to go back, I mean, this isn't a point that was raised previously, but just to check what the requirements are for plans that are proceeding under these transitional provisions. I think there is already some requirement for a review. I have to look back and see what that says.
No, I think there is.
Paragraph 236, Ma'am.
Yeah, that's right. I can't recall it to mind now,
24.
but there is something. So there's already that. There's no need to have anything additional.
Well, I've heard the points on that particular issue, and I've made a note of those, so I'll reflect on those. Thank you. So then if we move on to the remainder of the specifics of the wording of policy SP03. So I'm assuming from what you've told me already in terms of strategic policies that this is the policy that's going to set out how you're approaching housing and how you're, well, you probably better to tell me in terms of what's your aim with this policy.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, you are correct. It's very much a sort of overarching sort of strategic policy. So it clearly identifies the housing requirement in terms of the numbers, in terms of the overarching target for the 20-year period. It then sets out the various different sources of supply in relation to that. So paragraph 3 sort of identifies the particular locations. And then there's also, at paragraph 2, reference in terms of supply coming from small sites. Mm-hmm. And so from that, there's obviously more detailed development management policies in relation to those elements. And then the rest of the policy really, again, just sort of covers sort of broad headings in terms of housing choice, which relates to matters such as affordable housing and dwelling size, specialist older persons accommodation as well. So again, it's looking at needs for particular groups. And from that, there's also obviously more detailed development management policies. And then similarly, paragraphs D, E, F, G, all the way through, sort of set those sort of overarching sort of housing sort of framework for housing provision in the borough over the 20-year period. And then that's obviously, the detail is in the development management policies.
Just so I'm clear, the heading housing choice, is that, where does that section extend to? Is that A through to H of number 5, or is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, so there's a number of components here that have raised questions about. We start off with section 5 on housing choice, and it's the issue concerning a mix of homes, and the 5B, a strategic target of 25% 3-bed or more for family-sized dwellings, and relating that to the evidence base that's been prepared in terms of what the needs are for family homes within the borough. I really need to understand how you have arrived at the 25%, which seems to fall quite significantly lower than what the needs assessments tell you the need will be.
Thank you, ma'am. So certainly we acknowledge, obviously, that the evidence base in terms of the housing needs assessment identifies that in terms of family-sized dwellings, so anything 3 beds and above, the estimated or the identified need is 80% of the overall sort of housing need. The key thing is obviously that evidence doesn't necessarily dictate policy. And in terms of actually setting policy, we need to have regard to the overall sort of NPPF.
Yeah.
We also need to have regard to obviously the development plan as well, so the London plan. And we also need to have regard to sort of local context as well. And
right,
also,
so let's break down those 3 points then.
So in terms of the overall sort of plan, so the sort of factors that we sort of identified, the sort of factors that we've considered at 6.2.2 of our hearing statement. And essentially that is really just about trying to achieve an appropriate balance between family housing and other sort of competing factors that may influence setting a policy. That is detailed in terms of the actual specific detail. There is, just bear with me for a second. Yeah, so in terms of the actual development plan, London Plan Policy H10 sort of identifies in the housing mix policy the sort of things that in regard should be had to, sorry.
H10, sorry, do you have a page number for that?
Unfortunately not.
189.
Thank you.
That's on the online.
Well, I'm going to ask you, do you think the way that the London Plan is written on specific policies, it separates it out, doesn't it, a lot of the time in terms of for development plans, this means this is the steps you should follow. My reading of that policy is in relation to applications and decision makers should have regard to. But you're saying that that policy has informed how you've arrived at the 25%?
It sets out the actual sort of considerations. So whilst, yes, it certainly does relate to planning applications in terms of actually deriving a housing requirement that's set in policy, the factors are still quite relevant in terms of the fact that and we can go through it in each step if you want in terms of how that's actually influenced sort of the actual setting of the 25%. So I think one of the key elements, and this also applies across the London Plan generally, is about setting mixed and inclusive neighbourhoods, for example. So again, if we applied the 78% sort of need level into the actual local plan, we wouldn't be achieving mixed and balanced communities in a general sense. So therefore, it needs to be, the actual target needs to be something less than that. We also then need to be providing a range of price points and also mixture within schemes. So again, if we were setting in our policy and applying the policy, or applying the actual evidence base at 78%, then again, you wouldn't be getting those sort of mixtures as such in terms of actually having a policy that achieves housing mix. Similarly, there's also the need to optimise potential housing sites. So again, that's sort of achieving a mix of dwellings on site or on any site. So again, this sort of informs our, what should inform an appropriate target. And then also it's this recognition that actually 1 and 2 beds, for example, can play a role in freeing up family size housing. There's also, so that's essentially a range of factors which, would suggest that if we literally translated the 78% in need into policy as saying it's, even, a much higher rate, 50%, for example, still would not deliver sort of the mixed and balanced communities.
So what evidence are you relying that statement on?
It's essentially in relation to the overall sort of I mean, Harrow, in terms of its actual sort of housing mix at the moment, for example, in terms of dwelling size, it's approximately about 60%. This is from the ONS sort of census data. So we already have approximately 60% being 3 beds, so probably more close to 55% being 3 beds and above.
As existing?
As existing. So there is certainly a role to be played in terms of continuing to provide 1 and 2 bed sort of schemes as well. Additionally,
I don't think anybody's arguing that there isn't a role for 1 and 2 bed schemes. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is your evidence base is demonstrating that the need for family homes is significantly higher than the level that the council have arrived at, which is 25%. And so far, you seem to be taking me to a policy in the London plan, which is for applicants and decision makers as to what they should have regard to in terms of housing size mix. So I understand that those are all factors that you take into account when you're, but I'm not really getting to the nub of how you've gone from this is what our evidence base says to this is how we've arrived at 25% in the policy.
Yes. I mean, what I've been going through is actually working it down in terms of sort of a justification for not doing exact 20, the 78%, for example. The other sort of stage is our current local plan, for example, sets a sort of a monitoring target of 25% family size housing. But our policy DM24 in the local plan, current local plan, doesn't actually set that in policy. So we've effectively translated and used that as a starting point in terms of the 25%, which we currently have, and we're actually strengthening the current policy by including that requirement within the plan.
You said
itself.
yesterday, I think, that the core strategy sets the percentage requirement.
It includes it as a monitoring sort of indicator. So it's not
the
quite
core
explicit.
strategy?
Yes.
Right.
So it's not explicitly in any sort of policy as such.
Right, that's slightly different to what you told me when we were looking at this policy in terms of the SA. You said the DM24 policy doesn't have a percentage requirement in it, but the core strategy does.
It includes a 25% requirement as an it monitors family size delivery at 25%. And so that we use to inform the application of policy DM24, but it's not very explicit as such.
Okay. Carry on. Do you want to carry on?
So, I mean, in terms of actually saying the 25, settling on the 25%, so we conclude that for the reasons I've mentioned, that a much higher rate wouldn't necessarily be appropriate.
Oh, what, sorry?
Much higher rate, a rate that reflected the evidence base wouldn't be appropriate for the sort of reasons I've sort of identified and which we've just gone through. But in terms of actually building on what we've got at the moment in terms of the policy, strengthening the current requirement, indicator to actually deliver a 25% requirement is seen to be a sensible and strong step to actually boosting our overall sort of family housing provision.
Anything else you'd like to add? And then,
sorry. No, I think we've sort of covered some of the key elements in the actual written statement.
some of the what, sorry?
I think I've covered the sort of key elements in terms of the written statement. in terms of how we've sort of settled on the 25%.
Okay.
And I think it's also, sorry, to indicate, in terms of the actual policy itself, the 25% is a minimum, right? And it also says that on appropriate sites we'd be pushing for more. And so there will be examples where we can actually achieve and should be able to secure greater than 25%. So it is actually a recognition within the policy itself that we can push higher in terms of the 25%. But in terms of actually setting a clear policy that we consider to be appropriate on balance, the 25% is a sensible point and a sensible number.
And the annual monitoring report, and what there was a reference within a reference to what the family housing, like above 3 beds, has been 3 bed and above rather, has been delivered in the last 5 years. Is that within your monitoring reports?
Sorry, ma'am, can you repeat that?
I think it's within the evidence base, but there was a reference to what within your annual monitoring report, what has been the delivery in terms of family housing in the last 5 years, so 3 bed units and above. Can I just check, have I got your annual monitoring reports? I know I've got extracts from them, but are the actual monitoring reports a part of the evidence base? Sometimes it's easier just to have the full report.
It hasn't been submitted formally as part of the evidence base, but
Yeah.
it is available online.
Well, yeah, but I can't go looking for things myself, so I think it would be preferable for me to have, say, the last 5 years of annual monitoring reports added to the examination web page, just rather than having the extracts. So if you could make an action to do that. Do you need a bit of time to look up that figure, and we can maybe hear from some others whilst you're doing that? Yes, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, ma'am. I was just going to make a general point as well over this issue of the evidence base saying 80% is the identified need.
Yeah.
25% is what we've decided to put in the plan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a bit like other issues where there's overwhelming evidence base results in overwhelming need for a particular housing type, and affordable housing is a classic example of that. Mm-hmm. Very often the need is excessive, and understandably so. What goes in the plan ultimately comes down to the planning authority deciding what is achievable, and I would just make that point in addition to what David has commented to you, and that was where we felt that in terms of achieving an uplift in the delivery of 3-bed family homes, seeing it across the plan as a whole, this was a sensible target for this local plan. Now, the result of, we haven't adopted it yet, but as you can imagine, we are asking developers to increase the percentage of 3-bed family accommodation. And David alluded to some sites coming in at higher levels. We've just granted a permission for a development in the opportunity area where 48% of them were 3-bed family homes. There are others which are being negotiated up from 4% to 12%. So there's the ask is being responded to by the development industry through negotiation on individual cases. But for policy purposes, we felt a 25% target was a reasonably achievable one against the context of that excessive need being identified in the evidence base. Thank you.
And is that the Byron Quarter scheme? Is that the one? Yeah. Okay, I'll start with you, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah. Sorry, could you explain the role of 1 and 2 bedroom units, how that plays into the release of family-sized housing?
Well, I tell you what we'll do is, but to make it slightly easier for the council, is if everybody gives their comments, and then the council can respond on all of them collectively. That's a slightly easier way of running things. Yeah.
Got another point.
Yeah.
They seem to be picking and choosing which evidence to use.
So sorry, your first point is to do with the role of 1 and 2 bed units.
Yeah, that plays into the release of family-sized housing.
Yeah.
How does one lead, or how does it work? What does that mean?
Okay. Thank you. It's Buckley Thompson, sorry.
That's all right. My name is on its side. It's very long.
It's very difficult to read.
I'll be as brief as I can because, of course, similarly, our hearing statement has set out a lot of the issues that we raise in relation to this. And it's welcome that the council acknowledges the evidence base in terms of where the need sits at the 80%. I've heard what Mr Hughes has said. He points to 6.2.2 of the council's hearing statement, which he says provides the specific detail. However, with the greatest of respect to him, it's still not clear to me, at least, how the balance has been struck evidentially to land at the 25% and why that is the sweet spot, if I can put it that way. He notes, anecdotally, I would suggest, that 50% wouldn't provide mixed communities. But again, where is the evidence to suggest that that is the tipping point either? The only evidence that I can see, and certainly that the council refers to at 6.2.3 of its hearing statement, is the local plan viability study 2024, which is at EBLE02, where they draw attention to paragraph 1.7. All that does is just notes the viability of 25%. There's nothing that seems to suggest that any other percentage has been tested to garner the evidence to suggest that 25% is really where it lies. Now, I don't doubt what Mr Hughes and indeed Mr Evans has said about the extent to which sometimes evidence of need doesn't translate into policy, but there still needs to be evidence that indicates why it is that the policy has landed at what it has. The only other points really that the council makes, and this really does flow from the 6.2.2 that Mr Hughes says is the specific detail, is again relatively anecdotal evidence in relation to an example of Byron Quarter having provided 48%, but that is described as the ask being responded to, which is very much then dependent upon one responding to that ask. If we look at what the policy that's suggested in this local plan requires, I acknowledge that policy HO1A Roman numeral 1, there is reference to a higher proportion on suitable sites, but it doesn't tell us what is a suitable site.
Sorry, just give me that reference, HO1.
HO1A Roman numeral 1. This is the reference to higher proportion on suitable sites, which is linked, as I understand it, to this example of Byron Quarter and sites like it. We don't know what a suitable site is, or indeed that would assist in terms of uplift, and the policy still remains a minimum of 25%. Similarly, at Roman numeral 2 of that policy, I acknowledge that there is reference to the remaining dwelling mix being determined on a case-by-case basis, and I acknowledge that there are factors there. But the same point arises in terms of where that in reality will get us to in terms of a greater percentage. So really the question for you, I'd suggest, Madam, if I can put so bold as to say it, yes, there are some provisions there in policy that might garner a higher percentage, but we aren't clear as to the extent to which that will in fact occur. And more importantly, the evidence base really isn't there, I'd suggest, to show us that 25% is this sweet spot, that anything more than that would be problematic for the council. And the council's been given a number of opportunities to explain that, and I haven't heard anything that suitably does, if I can say so. Thank you.
Mr James.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just to go back to policy H10 of the London Plan, I agree with your suggestion that is a policy for decision making, not for plan making. So just a quick comment on that one. In terms of the evidence position and the role of evidence in local plans, policy 31 of the MPPF, so the 2023 version, indicates that preparation and review of all policies should be underpinned by relevant and up-to-date evidence. So I think there's no question that evidence should have played a role in terms of identifying the level of family housing to be delivered by this plan, and following that, paragraph 63 is clear that the housing mix within policies should be assessed, therefore based on an evidence and reflected in planning policy. So I don't think there's any question that the evidence should have informed the approach. In terms of, I think the previous speakers mentioned that what evidence is there that people in 3 and 4 bed units will move into 1 and 2 bed units. I think that was the question posed. I haven't seen anything in the evidence base on that matter. In terms of AMR, the latest version that I can see in the council's evidence base is document ODS 01, and I think it's dated 2019-2020.
Yes, that's...
And in that, there is figure 3.21 that indicates only 12.6% of housing has been delivered at that rate. So that is based on the sites available, and that comes to the point I've raised a couple of days ago, really. That the reason why, and the council acknowledged this yesterday, is that figure's been set so low, because to set that figure any higher, and that is within the SA document, and we had the reference yesterday, it is on page 66, where they look at the alternatives in terms of the housing mix, and they conclude that to deliver more 3 and 4 bedroom units would mean they wouldn't meet the housing target within the London plan. And that seemingly seems to be based on the site selection process that from the start has sifted sites that could have delivered family housing right at the outset without the evidence having been considered at that point in terms of what the need was. The decision was made to sift greenbelt sites right at the start of that site selection process, and that is, I think, the reason we have arrived at the fact the council can't deliver more than 25% is because the sites allocated within the plan aren't suitable, as has been mentioned, in terms of delivering a greater quantity of 3 and 4 bed units. We have an example of 48%, but that's still a long way short of the 80% set out in policy, and that's one example. So I think we've made this point in previous days, Mum. I don't think this plan gets close to meeting the needs of Harrow in terms of the mix of housing.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just ask before you respond on these various points, why is that the only annual monitoring report that you've put in, the 2019 to 2021?
That's the most recent one available for publication. But obviously our monitoring is ongoing, but that's the most recent one that we've published.
You haven't published one for 5 years? You haven't published an annual monitoring report for 5 years? You just said I could look them up.
I would need to double check in terms of confirming exactly what's on site, on the actual online.
But, well, do you know when? I don't. Okay. Right then, please feel free to respond on those various points. If you start with Mr. Taylor's, please.
Okay, so in terms of the 1 and 2 beds, so that's a point that's sort of acknowledged in the London plan, that there's a role for 1 and 2 beds to play in terms of freeing up family-size housing. And that is essentially, it gives the opportunity for people who may be living, for example, in HMOs, so single people who may be occupying a family-size house as an unrelated family. If there's actually housing that they can move into, i.e. 1-bed flats, that means that actually may mean that they can, that frees up that family-size house for a family rather than 3 unrelated persons, for example. So that's one approach. Sorry, just let me finish. Yeah, the next thing that can happen is also allows people to downsize as well. So if people actually have housing choice to be able to downsize, so therefore they won't be under-occupying a family-size house, then that means they can move into somewhere smaller, and that family-size house is then available for a family, for a young family or something like that. So that's sort of 2 mechanisms that, or 2 reasons why that sort of statement has been sort of accepted in the London plan. So it is that sort of whole balance in terms of effectively people moving the house through their housing cycle in terms of meeting their requirements. So if you just have family-size housing, people can't sort of move through that sort of housing cycle in terms of what they need for their particular requirements at any given point in time.
How many HMOs do you know?
Sorry, Mr Taylor, I think that the way I'd like to run the session is that the council respond on all the points, and then if you have something new to raise,
Right.
please raise it after they've responded on all the points.
So in terms of the comment in terms of how we've actually sort of settled on 25%, again, that is very much sort of the planning judgment that we have made in terms of the current sort of framework, in terms of our local plan, and also what we've sort of seen as being sort of appropriate and achievable, having regard to all sort of other balance issues that we need to sort of consider as such. In terms of the 12.6% in the AMR from family size housing provision, again, that needs to be considered in the context of our current local plan, which doesn't actually have a firm policy set within a specific target set within the policy. So if we incorporate 25% into the policy as we're indicating in this draft plan, then that will certainly boost family size housing provision as such. In terms of the sustainability appraisal, again, that was just very much identifying that balancing act in terms of, it was assessing the options in terms of if we went for a higher amount, that would have some consequences potentially in terms of overall sort of housing numbers as such. So that was just an acknowledgement of that sort of policy consideration, and then obviously the SA tested those various different options. I think I've covered most of the points.
Well, there was the point about what the framework says in terms of the evidence base at paragraph 31.
31. In terms of, yeah, I mean, that is very much up-to-date evidence base. So again, we have a local housing needs assessment that identifies sort of the overall sort of family size housing requirement. We then also have a range of other sort of evidence base in terms of the site methodology, site selection methodology, sort of the housing capacity report, and that essentially does sort of inform sort of the setting of that target. Is there explicit consideration options in terms of different percentages? No, that's not in there.
Is there a concern from the council that if the level was set higher, that wouldn't be achievable in terms of the sites you've selected?
That it is very much a balancing act. I mean, again, the London plan says...
is there a concern from the council that if the level was set higher, that on the sites you've selected, it wouldn't be achievable?
In terms of actual housing delivery or the overall housing target?
No, in terms of, we're just specifically talking about family homes and you setting the minimum at 25%.
In terms of the 25%, we consider that achievable, yes.
I hope you do, because that's what it's in the Reg 19 plan. The question is...
So I'm just trying to understand.
The question is...
Can I jump in on it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mel. The answer would be yes from me.
And what's the basis for that?
Well, it's this experience, I suppose, of you have an evidence base telling you that something is an excessive need, and there has to be an experience of how would you start the process of increasing the provision of it. And that's why we dropped on 25%. That doesn't mean to say that we are asking for more. I mean, the general comment I would make again from the discussion and questions and issues that have been raised just now are that I seem to be hearing that the development industry wants a higher target, because they are saying 25%. Why 25% when it's 80%? So that's what I'm hearing from the questions that have come forward. The council, it was behind the application for the Byron site because it was in joint venture partnership. So it wanted to demonstrate its desire to achieve a higher level of family accommodation. So it set that as its organisational objective to demonstrate that it wanted to achieve the higher target. But I think 25% so far seems to be a reasonable target to go for in the first plan to be prepared since the evidence base came to light. I also think this reference to suitable sites is really not meant to be too closely defined, because again, experience shows that both in Harrow and in other London boroughs where I've worked, suburbia tends to deliver more family housing than city centre locations, metropolitan centre locations. It tends to be delivering more 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, but some affordable housing can be negotiated into family apartments. We're not so used in this country to having family apartments in high-rise buildings, but they can be delivered sensibly and work appropriately, but there is a process, a path of change to get through to get to that outcome. So those are my comments on what you've asked.
Okay, I'm just wondering, so that site, this OA 14 is in the opportunity area. So what's, I appreciate you've said we've arrived at 25% based on our planning judgment and what the evidence tells us, but but did you actually test any viability work, or have you looked at a higher percentage in terms of any of the workings that's before me?
Do you mean did we viability test high percentages?
Yeah, I think
I don't think we did.
Dr. Lee said no yesterday.
No, I don't think we did.
Yeah.
No.
But for argument's sake, is there a potential suggestion that sites within the opportunity area could deliver a higher percentage?
Yes, there is. Yeah. I mean, the opportunity area in Harrow is an interesting one. The way it's set out.
Yeah.
It's quite long, generally quite thin, and it drops off very sharply to suburban 2-storey residential development. So what we've been doing with applications is asking developers to have a transitional zone between the 2-storey suburbia right up close against the boundary of the opportunity area, and then rise up internally within sites, and that's being achieved. The site that I mentioned where the 149 units were delivered, there was an extremely low-rise residential suburbia all around the edge of that, and that was why the council wanted to transition it to a higher densities further into that allocated site, and that will come forward in the later phases. But the residential family accommodation now sits and abuts the existing residential accommodation next door to it.
And apologies, Mr. Hughes, if you think you did answer it, but I don't think I made a note of it. So there's been a suggestion that the site selection process and methodology has influenced the 25%.
It's more actually that the 25% has informed the capacity work in terms of the actual site selection methodology.
Can I just, so I will come back to you, Mr. James. You must have these annual monitoring reports because you're quoting from them in the in your MIQ responses on the small sites section. So it goes up to 2023, 2024. just can't believe that you haven't, well, if you haven't produced one since 2019, 2020, that nobody's flagged that with you. So where are you getting these figures from? Oh, sorry. Well, it goes on from page 7, 10.
Sorry, we have been obviously doing ongoing sort of monitoring in terms of sort of the general housing flows, returns, GLA sort of monitoring. It's just we haven't necessarily formally published an AMR as such. But all those figures and all those numbers, like I say, we do have obviously a continual sort of monitoring process as such. So, yeah.
So you really haven't published one since 2019, 2020? Is that correct, or do you still need to check that?
Yeah, I think it's about 21.
So the document ODSO1 is the authority monitoring report 2019-20 and 2020-21. 1 year less bad.
1 year?
Less, 1 year closer to today.
Mr. James, did you have an additional point to raise on, I think I probably need to reflect on the family homes?
I'll be really quick. I think just in terms of the point made by the councillors is the development industry's position that they want a higher percentage of family housing. I can't speak for the whole development industry, but from Taylor Wimpey's perspective, yes, we would agree that that would be suitable based on the plan's evidence. So yes, that would be the position on that point. In terms of the London position, and just to reflect, I won't go over the context I provided before, but when the Secretary of State reviewed the London plan in March 2020, as in the adopted London plan, they concluded that it wasn't delivering the right level of family housing. So the council's indicated that, you know, suburban areas, sort of outer London areas, are where you're more likely to see family housing than inner London areas. So really the onus is on councils such as Harrow to be looking to really boost family housing, certainly in line with their expectations in terms of the evidence. So it's just to make that final point. Thank you.
Madam, I won't regurgitate submissions I've already made in terms of the state of the evidence that you've got to rely on, but I would just likewise to Mr James pick up on the point that, again, I can't speak for the development industry, but Barwood Land would take the same approach in terms of welcoming a higher percentage.
Did you come back on the what family homes have been delivered in the last 5 years? No. Could you just note that as an action then, that I'd like the council to set out the level of 3-bed and above which have been delivered, in the last 5 years. And then I'll have a reflection on what I've heard in terms of the how you've arrived at the 25% and what others have said about that. So should we have a short break now? I think realistically we might not even get on to older persons accommodation, but we do need to finish SP 03. So if we have a short break until, do you make it 3:25 or 3:30? 3:25 now. Okay, we'll have a short break until 3:40 then, and then we'll come back at 3:40. The hearing's adjourned. Thank you. Okay, it's 3:40, so the hearing's resumed. So we will continue on with where we are in terms of the MIQ responses. So I don't have anything further to add in terms of family homes. So I think the next point on the agenda is how will the policy... Yes, you can, of course you can. Yep.
Given that you're prioritising 1 and 2
given that you're prioritising 1 and 2 bed homes over family homes, are you not concerned that this will lead to overcrowding as it goes contrary to your own evidence that you actually need more family housing? And what are you doing to stop overcrowding? What would you?
Just to clarify, the policy is a minimum of 25% for family housing, so we're trying to encourage more family housing in all of the sites across all of the borough. So the policy is a step in the direction of more family housing, not more 1 and 2 bedroom flats compared to what is currently being delivered. That's the aim of the policy.
But I don't think I agree with that, because you're not even meeting the 80% that you require of the new builds. So you are prioritising 1 and 2 bedrooms over family homes. So
the borough, the borough needs all forms of housing, all forms of housing. It's just striking a balance between the proportions. It needs all sorts of different types of tenures. So we're accepting family accommodation, 1, 2 bedroom accommodation, co-living schemes are coming in fast and furious. So all sorts of development is needed to deliver and meet the London's housing needs. So there's no doubt about that. But I don't think we would characterise it as prioritising 1 and 2 bedrooms. We are accepting all forms of housing development, but we are prioritising a minimum of 25% of family accommodation, which has not been in previous plans. Yeah, the other thing to bear in mind, ma'am, is a 1 and 2 bedroom accommodation is also, if we were to exclude that, it would have a major impact on small and medium house builders as well.
Yeah. I wasn't implying that you were excluding it, but your own evidence says that you need more family homes, but you're not providing more family homes. And you said your evidence is 12%. You're currently at 12% family homes in the past. Based on, I think it was the last AMR was 12%, yeah. So you're far from the 25% even, and far further from the 80%.
Mr. Hughes, is it a new point, or yes?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. Also, just in terms of the relation to the 1 and 2 beds,
yeah.
So the policy makes it quite clear that where we have 2 beds, they're 4-person beds. So again, that's, so it's the larger form of 2 beds, and that therefore allows a bit of flexibility as families sort of grow and have kids. That at least gives that option before they then move into a family-sized house. So it's not just, so that's like, big 2 beds, for the want of a better term. So that's one of the reasons why we did that, to try to address overcrowding in any sort of smaller dwellings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hughes. Is it a new point, Mr. Taylor?
Just to follow on what you just said about prioritising larger 2 beds, where is that written down? Where is that evidence?
So that's policy H01, dwelling size mix. It's part A2. And when I say what the policy does is, for any 2 beds that are provided, they need to be 2 bed 4 person. That's page 103 of the policy, of the plan.
Okay, we're going to move on to 6.3. Will the policy ensure that the plan delivers the right homes for the right people as envisaged by the framework? We've got reference there to paragraph 1663 of the framework, and you've referenced in your response policy H01 H06 and H07. I've noted what you've said there. I haven't got any new points to raise in relation to that, and I'm going to reflect on what policy SP3 part 5 says overall in any event. So does anybody have any additional points, so not to do with family homes, but anything new to raise in terms of right homes for right people? Mr. Taylor, is your nameplate up from previously? Was that? Thank you. So we'll now look at part 5C, which is the specialist older persons accommodation. So I was trying to bottom out here in terms of what the evidence base says in terms of the need, the target that you've arrived at, which is 980, and then the delivery of those units in terms of the corresponding allocations. And I think some specific concerns have been raised regarding older persons accommodation. So probably in the first instance, just if you could just summarise very briefly how you've arrived at the 980.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So the 980 dwellings over the period 2022 to 2032 has been informed by some local evidence that was prepared. So that's EBH04. So that's essentially an assessment of housing needs for older persons and adults with care and support needs, prepared by Housing Lynn. So this was a piece of work that was commissioned by our housing service and also our adults service as well. And we are relying on it on the basis that whilst the London plan does include some indicative benchmarks for specialist older persons accommodation, it does allow us to rely on local evidence if we do have that. Mm-hmm. So essentially, the summary in terms of the what the evidence base says, on page 3 of that, it basically identifies housing for older people at being over the 10-year period, being 660 units, and then housing with care, which is extra care, it then indicates that that's 320 units. So you add those two up, and that's your 980 over the 10-year period.
Yeah, but this plan's not planning for 10 years, is it? It's planning for 15. So what happens to older persons' accommodation in the latter part of the plan period if you're not quantifying what that need is?
Yes, at 6.4.2 of our statement, we indicate we basically would revert back to any benchmark figure that's identified in the London plan or any subsequent or updated needs assessment.
So for the overall housing target, you've rolled forward what the London plan target is, because it goes beyond 2029. But for older persons, you're saying that's not appropriate, and we're just going to wait and see what happens with the new emerging when the new evidence is produced. So.
Yeah, we identify how any sort of subsequent target would be sort of identified in terms of meeting that sort of housing need as it's subsequently identified through any further evidence.
Right, those two sites, when are they supposed to be coming forward in the plan period? The references that you gave for them weren't the local plan references, but I think I can follow as to which ones they were.
So the Vernon Lodge site,
which
is 014.
Is what, sorry, 014?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's identified as coming forward in the first 5 years.
Right.
And then Wolfenstone, so site 18, is identified as coming forward in years 6 to 10.
You said 6 to 15 here, is it? Well, 6 to 15, we're going 5 years, first 5 years, 6 to 10, and 10 to 11 to 15. So which one is it for that on your trajectory? So that's the latter part of the plan period then. Is that right?
Yes, site allocation, 18 to 11 to 15 years.
11 to 15, okay. So for the first 10 years of the plan, you're delivering 56 units of specialist older accommodation.
In that period of time, we're allocating that level of specialist older persons accommodation, but
Yeah.
that's not going to be the only mechanism by which those sort of that housing comes forward. So again, it can still come forward as windfall sites rather than specific site allocations, and so that there's.
So where's it coming from then, if it's not coming from your site allocations?
In terms of us specifically identifying sites for older persons accommodation, those are the two which we've identified because that's the two that we know there is active interest in providing that sort of accommodation. But that doesn't preclude older persons accommodation coming forward on any other site that's allocated, because ultimately these numbers form part of the overall sort of London Plan housing requirement. So therefore any site can sort of effectively come forward for specialist older persons accommodation, particularly when the sort of older persons accommodation that we're talking about is C3 housing. It's just C3 housing that's specifically for specialist older persons accommodation. So there's nothing in any of the other site allocations that would preclude older persons accommodation coming forward on that those sort of sites.
Right, and sorry, just help me with this reference you've got at 6.5.6 to the PPG.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Sorry?
I found it, so...
Yeah, so where is, sorry, which part of the PPG is that? It says para 13,
This is a PPG that relates to housing for older and disabled people.
Right.
So essentially it says it is up to the plan-making body to decide whether to allocate sites for specialist housing for older people. It does indicate the merits of allocating it.
Sorry, I don't think the paragraph reference is correct, because para 13 is to do with 5-year housing line supply requirement.
No, this is the actual, there's a PPG, there's the actual separate section that relates to housing for older and disabled people.
Right, I'll try and locate that. We'll hear from Mr. Barrett in the first instance.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just a couple of points. I think in terms of looking at it, if you are looking at normal housing need across a whole plan period, then I think you would look at the number of homes you'd be required for it in terms of older people across that entire plan period as well. I think that is an important point to make. But I do have one concern in terms of looking at the evidence in terms of the LIN evidence in terms of EBH04. It's 2022 to 2032. It's 980 homes, which is about 98 DPA on my reading, which is significantly lower than the benchmark figure. What I don't see is within that LIN is whether it takes from paragraph 2.21 in there the benchmark as being the level of supply in 2022. It doesn't look at whether there is any backlog with regard to those needs in terms of, I think when we look at housing, when we look at affordable housing, we always look in terms of is there a waiting list in terms of those needs, what's the backlog? And I think that is lacking within this evidence base. So it starts from 2022, and we look at table 4.3 in the London plan, that looks at 2017 to 2029. So we've got a discrepancy in terms of what, obviously there may well be monitoring evidence to show what has been delivered, but it's not available to us in this examination, Mark. So I think there is a failing in terms of what the consideration of whether it is closer to that benchmark figure that the London plan suggests in terms of that 165, I think is off the top of my head, DPA. And I think it's that discrepancy really with regard to what's being proposed. And then we're seeing that, we've just heard in terms of it, that's on 980 homes that appear to be delivered after that period. Again, you're not meeting the needs during that period, which means that there'd be even more backlog when you reach that period of 2032, because unless homes have been delivered or whether there is a positive approach. And I don't think there is that positive approach in terms of this. I think in terms of potentially, you don't need to, I think the council are right in terms of looking at the PPG and recognise this in terms of don't need to allocate sites and there needs to be a positive framework. But I don't think there is that positive framework with regard to this. It just says we will endeavour to, and there potentially needs to be more work done, or at least a very specific recognition within policy as to what the needs are over the plan period, and a specific monitoring in terms of that, against that, in order for the council to make positive decisions should those sites come forward as windfall development. So I think that would be our approach to this, is to actually set out that actually the council will take a positive approach in terms of meeting the needs for this period, and recognition that there are allocations, and I think that's important to recognise those allocations, but where they come within the plan within the plan period, and how are the council going to rectify that by actually taking a positive approach within the policy, setting out that there is a significant level of annual need, monitoring against that, and where that's not met, that they are going to be starting to make positive decisions should those sites come forward. So I think that those are my main concerns, Mark, with regard to the evidence and sort of the approach that's been taken.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Hughes, would you like to respond on those points? I mean, I think potentially part C could do with some reworking in terms of being more positively prepared. And in terms of the sites, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of the PPG, but is it the case that there just aren't sites, or?
It's more, ma'am, that we've chosen not to specifically identify sites
Right.
specifically for older persons accommodation, really just allowing for the flexibility in terms of the type of sites or type of housing that may come forward on any site.
Okay. Could you look at CA to B then in terms of what's there now? And do you think that that figure needs to be reflective of the plan period as a whole? Not just to 2032.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we could look at incorporating a mechanism that would, for post-2032, flag up how need would sort of be identified. Because again, this is really just saying a minimum amount will be come forward, so we could at least make reference to it there. I mean, because at the moment we don't have a figure to put there. And it is different. You made the analogy in terms of the overarching plan target. The London plan sets quite a clear process for how we carry forward targets, and that is based on capacity 2017 SLAR, and obviously we've heard the merits of that process. Elsewhere, this isn't a comparable sort of situation because this is very much based on the actual need. So
yes,
to roll it forward, I mean, the 10-year period was sort of identified by our housing service in particular and adult service, because that's also related to sort of the planning for any provision that the council itself may be making as well, rather than sort of projecting the full plan period.
Well, you don't cover it at all in the explanatory text, so in the supporting text, so maybe that reference is in relation to the supporting text then. But CA to B, C, A and B, could you look at rewording those so that they are more positively prepared in terms of older persons accommodation? Okay, and then so I think that covers off 6.5. So then we would be moving on to issue 7, which is the small site delivery and windfall and the 5-year supply. And I think that's probably an appropriate time to break in terms of that isn't going to be a short session, well, one that can be done in 25 minutes anyway. Could you just remind me where we're looking at the HO1 and I think HO2 we haven't recall we've got any comments on that one, but
Sorry, isn't it issue 10 that we're looking at HO1?
HO1 is issue 10, which is matter. Is it under other housing policies? Yeah, okay, that's one. So we might need to just cross-check what we decide in terms of that.
Sorry, Mark, it's just a question about the a genuine affordable housing. I think you're going to, obviously that crosses over with HO4 in terms of it. But in terms of this policy sets out the council seeks to ensure at least 50% of all new dwellings. I take that as being an overarching this is what we're going to seek in terms of the overall delivery. It is a strategic target, much like the London Plan has that aspiration across the whole of London, which means that it will take into account those sites that deliver 100% affordable housing in terms of that. Because when we look at HO4, that obviously sets out the fast track and the 35% affordable housing need.
Yeah.
But within the council's hearing statements, they do call that 50% a requirement. And so it's just whether that, how that's going to play. Obviously, we can bring it up in terms of HO4, because it references the 50% again there, and how that interplay between what is a development management policy and what is an aspirational target within a strategic policy.
Yeah. So where are you taking that reference from, that they said this is a requirement?
It is just at, this is where yes. I did have it, Mark.
Is it?
Absolutely
Sorry.
Lost it in terms of, it says that it has viability tested the benchmark. This is where, sorry, Mel.
It's okay.
I had it all down and then I've gone and lost all my references. I've lost it, Mel.
Okay, well, maybe just if you can just maybe try and find that one, or maybe Mr. Hughes recalls which matter statement that's in.
Is it our 9.1.1?
Yeah, I think
so
I'm
in
looking
response
at
to the second part.
Which one, sorry?
9.1.1.
9?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's the next matter statements. Oh, yes, yeah, 9.1.5, it says the 50% requirement has been subject to viability testing. Again, it's just that it references the 50% requirement in there, and it's basically how this strategic policy interrelates back to HO4. Happy to take it in terms of HO4, but I think it's just it's helpful for me to understand, because I always wanted to understand whether that 50% there is a overarching strategic ambition, which is much like the London Plan, or whether it's whether that's requirement. Just because there could be confusion in terms of decision making and making sure that there is clarity within that. It may well be my misunderstanding and within that, Mum, but I think it might need some clarity that is a very specific ambition rather than a requirement.
Which matter statement does it matter?
That's the next matter 5B, under the affordable it comes under next. I think it's July 8th. I think is the where HO4 is being considered.
Okay.
But it just because
do you want to are you able to respond on that now, Mr. Hughes?
So just for clarity, so it's our in our effectively page 2 of our statement, that's the second part, so matter 5, part 2.
Yeah.
And so the word requirement, is that in, so that's 9.1.1, the second, the third line. Yeah. That's not stating that the 50% is a requirement. It's saying that in terms of what the local housing needs assessment says, it indicates that our affordable housing need is, well, we have said requirement here, but essentially our local evidence base says that we need 7,870 dwellings that are affordable over the dwelling 20-year period. And so what's in bracket is literally just saying that is roughly 50% of our London Plan target. So it's really just relating that back to the overarching sort of housing target for the plan. So it's not setting policy, it's just saying it represents that 50%.
I understand. I think it was just that use of the word requirement, and it got me worried in terms of actually how it's being set and how it might be interpreted in terms of decision makers, and ensuring that there's sufficient clarity to the decision maker as to what is required. It then relates back to HO4, which says 35%, but you need to have a look at whether more could be delivered. And I think, but that's obviously going back to HO4 in terms of a potential amendment. But it's how that interplays.
That session,
Either myself or my colleague James Stevens will attend that one.
Well, I'll remember that, but if you could also, or your colleague, make a note as well. And then I think it's best that we look at those two in the round. Okay, is it worthwhile the council summarising where we're at in terms of this morning's session and actions today, or do you want to save this afternoon ones when we finished the session as a whole?
I think it makes more sense to deal with this when we finish the session as a whole. Yes, I think we're more productive.
Okay, so this morning's session.
This morning's, yeah. Right, Mum, there are a number of action points relating to redrafting. I wasn't going to read through all of those, or would you like me to read through all of the different policies?
If we don't, it risks things being missed, I think.
All right, so let me just start from the beginning. Yes, so from the morning session, SP6, deleting E entirely.
Yeah. Well, I think the headline figure Mr. Evans says is you're going to revisit that wording of this whole section, aren't you? In terms of
that's captured later on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we're going to look at an entire chapter basically.
Yes.
Right. Sorry, you're going to delete
E.
Yeah.
Amend the wording in Part A, so changing the word must to should.
Yeah.
We're going to look at the definition of green infrastructure and separate the definitions. That's page 391.
Yeah, I think the reference to social, green and blue infrastructure, blue was to be deleted under A.
Yeah. Right, okay. Look at C1, CI1 and reconsider the wording of Part D, looking to amalgamate B and F.
Right, I think, sorry, on Strategic Policy 06, you're going to amend B and, amalgamate B and F.
Yes.
On SP 06.
That's not what I've got here. It's B and F is on CI1. Is that correct?
I think it's SP6, I do.
Right.
Sorry?
I think you're right.
Yeah, SP6. So,
oh, right, okay, well, that's not recorded properly then. So then, SP6, and then we've got CI1 as the next action point.
okay, so let's just finish on SP 06. So you're going to look to amalgamate B and F together.
Yes.
And then you're looking at, on Part D, resisting the loss of community facilities. You're going to look at that definition as to whether that would just be social infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I've got on SP6.
Then you're going to look at page 210 and decide whether you're going to keep these maps in or not, because that's defining community use, and this policy is about social and community infrastructure.
Yeah. Then we've got CI13, is that the next one you've got here?
CI1.
CI1.
Yeah.
Reconsider the wording of Part D, look to amalgamate B and F.
That's in relation to the one we've just looked at.
That's the one we just looked at, so I don't know what this is referring to now. CI1, Part E, amend to include wording through measures such as.
Part E.
No, there isn't. That this is 211. Right. Measures such as, this was the bit. This is, yes, it's CI1BE.
Yeah.
Which is going to change it to measures such as the community use agreements.
Yeah.
Then CI3, looking to redraft.
Sorry, I think there's also on existing social infrastructure, C, D was to be deleted.
Existing to deleted, D. Right.
And you're going to look at the definition of social infrastructure as whether it's consistent with the London Plan. Yeah.
Yes.
And then, sorry, CI3.
Yes. CI3 is...
This has got, yeah, quite a lot of reworking.
This has got quite a lot of reworking for A, for...
I think I've asked you on A to reconsider A and B.
And B, yes.
But don't have any issue with C,
yes.
small c, but it was the A and B.
Yep. And I think that's all there is on that.
C, A and B is already deleted. You've already put that forward.
Yes, there's a put forward, yes.
This is again the repeating of the strategic policy. So part D, measures such as community use agreement.
Yep. Well, no, I think on this one we're not changed. No, this one is not going to have that.
I said I didn't wish this to be changed.
Yeah. So this is this we don't want to put measures such as, we want to say through a community use agreement.
Okay.
And we went through the Hive decision, which
yeah.
confirms that can be through a condition, but it should be an agreement.
Okay, well, I'll have another look at that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
What condition number was it? I can't remember. It's in the Hive decision, exactly.
Condition 11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Condition 11, thank you. Is there anything else on this one? CI3, that's all I've got on this written here. Chapter 6 as
sorry, no, there's E, small a, the deletion of in accordance with policy CI1.
In accordance with policy CI. Yes.
Because that's no longer a cross-reference that's necessary.
Yes, delete. Yep. So review Chapter 6 and make the headings consistent to eliminate confusion, particularly headings at CI1.
Yeah.
The next amendments I've got noted here are to do with SP7.
Yes.
Yeah. So amend 707 to remove this reference to the gardens. Also to make sure that the definition of green infrastructure at 701 matches the definition in the glossary and is in line with the London Plan.
Yeah.
So sports pitches and playing fields are not included in green infrastructure.
Yeah.
And sports provisions should be tied to CI3.
Mm-hmm. And then
PO7 parts A, B and F consider if it's repetition.
And to amalgamate those into one
Yes,
thing. Yeah.
yes, amalgamate those into one. Change green space, so this is part E, change green space to green infrastructure.
Yeah.
Part D, change it so it's positively phrased.
Yeah.
Look to amalgamate, same policy, look to amalgamate A, B and F. Have we already got that?
Yeah.
Yes, we've already got that. That's all I've got on SP7. GI1 is the next one.
Yeah, and this is quite, and again, relook at what you're doing with that.
Reconsider little c to f, basically to make sure that it, go back to the NPPF is the point. Reconsider Chapter 6 in relation to MOL, that was Mr Evans's point. Part F, reconsider this, is it necessary for soundness?
Yeah.
Para 7.18, look to remove that para.
Yes.
And then it's GI2.
Well, I think
Missed
I've
something.
got a note on part C. So you need to revisit the wording in relation to character.
Yes.
And then part D, with reference to paragraph 154. And you were going to potentially separate out criteria in relation to MOL and Greenbelt.
Yes, I've got that. Yeah, that's that's
and
that
then
point.
GI2.
GI2 make reference to as shown on the policies map.
Yeah, that's a point across a lot of the policies
yes.
that you need to pick up.
Yes. C, reconsider. Policy C, delete little c and big C should say existing open space should not be built on unless.
Yeah.
Paragraph 7.2.8, amend this. Yes, this is all needs to be amended to be consistent.
Sorry, I think on large C, the subsections C and E are to be deleted as well.
C and E to be deleted, yes.
And sports pitches, recreational buildings and playing fields references are deleted.
Yeah. Yeah. Policy 7.28. So this is not the policy. This is a paragraph.
Yeah.
That has to be amended to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's all on this. We're going to add the 2011 open space document as part of the evidence base and send Ms. St John the proposed way forward in relation to the evidence base for the open space.
Yeah. And then I'm going to have a look at that in further detail, and next week I will look at the what's gone on at Barnet, because you've made specific reference to that one. So I need to understand the context for that policy.
Yes. 7.07 we've covered, and that's everything I've got here.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Well, in that case, then we will conclude today's session, and so we're back a week on Monday, which is the 7th, and it's going to be 12 o'clock. And you need to be away by 3:30, so we will just go straight through from 12 o'clock. Hopefully we don't need the full 3 and a bit hours, but so everybody just bear that in mind. And are we in this room or are we in downstairs?